Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours.
It's a new week here at CGL. We're going into week 2 of the GOATS tournament. And we're starting off with quite a banger. We have got SR Peak Check facing off against KSA. My name is K-Wing here with Spectrion. Spectrion, 2 heavy hitters walking in with the winner's bracket. Only one is going to be able to walk out.
Yeah, you could not be more right there. And I mean, you look at the bracket, this is probably the most electric out of all the first round matches we have today. Of course, it's going to be first 2-2. So, I mean, that difference between victory and defeat is going to be lightning fast. And yeah, these are the 2 heavy hitters. But even with that, I mean, we kind of have to say that SRP Check here is maybe the heavy favorite. You know, they, as a team at least, have just come off a second place finish in EU Flash Ops. They have been doing very strong. They've been playing together for a very long time. And historically, they are a Reinhardt team. LH Cloud is kind of, you know, maybe one of the Reinhardt players, you know, him, Hardy, a couple others, they've really run the hero. They own the hero. And, you know, KSA, they're big boots to step into. And Tembo in especially to try and match up to that. I believe we've got rosters ready to take a quick peek at, but should be mainly players that we do already know.
Yeah, that is SR Peak Check, a pretty well-known name. But I think we can't count out KSA. We have a lot of really interesting players who've bounced around the Saudi E-League, and now moving into some more European, some more EU tournaments. It's an interesting time, and it's players we might not have seen in CGL before, but some pretty strong, pretty powerful players nonetheless. Like we said, players who've had some good results in Saudi E-League.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think the players who kind of stand out to me, taking a look over these names, would be the Reinhardt player of KSA, or Zarya player, sorry, of KSA, Tambo, who had a very good placement playing under the username TVNT in the last E-League. It was fantastic on the Sigma, but obviously moving over to a different off-tank here, going to have to show his stripes on much the same. And AOY Aoi, I guess, would be also on the Lucio here, again, in the last E-League on the same team, also played very, very strongly, but I mean, the difference between the Sigma Brawl and GOATS is absolutely night and day, so they're going to have to adapt those playstyles quite a bit and, you know, run their minds back a little bit, all the way back into 2019 to keep bringing that level.
Yeah, we're going all the way back to 2019. This is GOATS, and it is patched to be that original GOATS style with all that comes with it. The good and the bad spec. You and I were looking over the patch notes before this, and we remembered and just had those flashbacks to release day Brig. 600 HP shield, bashing through other shields. Your Reinhardt is at your Brig's mercy. It's a pretty rough time. No steadfast passives for the tanks either. It's a scary time to be a tank player. And we're about to hop in pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think the really interesting thing here is kind of, I mean, it is the bash through shields, right? That's the big difference between GOATS in Stage 1 and Stage 2 of the Overwatch League. If, you know, we can all remember that long ago. You know, I mean, you do have to think a little bit about your team play when you don't have that. You have to, you know, think about how you're going to set up the shatter, whether you're going to win out the Rhine mind games. But with it, it's almost a bit, you know, ooga booga. It's a bit, you know, simple. You just bash through a shield, and unless there's a perfect bubble, then it's essentially a free team wipe or win. So that's gonna be something to keep your mind on. And, you know, for viewers who were watching last week as well, then you likely wouldn't have forgotten. But for those who may be joining us for the first time, I want to also remind you that ult's going to be charging a lot faster. That's one of the big differences between these patches. So be ready for even those really big flashy ultimates, those graviton surges and whatnot to be coming up maybe even multiple times in a fight, just because of how ult gen used to work and how GOATS still does work.
Yeah, and that's the thing with these compositions. You have a very fast ult charge, and you have what at least my experience was in that last week is fights that either end like that or drag on forever, as these teams have so much sustain, have so much to play for, that I think as well, initial point cap on maps like Control, as we hop into that, are going to be incredibly important. Capturing the point before your enemy team can be really, really important if you're then going to fight for the next minute trying to wrest control from them. Getting that initial 60% is pretty big.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, talking about, getting that first cap, and that's really the strength of the GOATS comp, just its point presence, It's not the comp that does the most damage, it's not the comp that even has, the highest fight win rate out of any team composition, even in the day, but what we did learn was that because it took so long just to dislodge, then the time burn that you got just playing defensively, playing the objective, meant that even if you weren't winning out every single team fight, you were almost always winning out the map. That's really the big strength of the GOATS composition. So these two teams are going to love to play defensively, get that cap, and then just burn time until the objective gets high enough for them to flip it. So that's another thing you really do have to pay attention to. Of course, choke control is always strong in Overwatch tanks, especially good with that. That Rhine Cleave, especially good at it. So, I mean, it's going to be rough for the team who doesn't get that cap first. They're going to have their work out from trying to dislodge them. I also kind of want to reminisce a little bit about some of those fights we would have, those ones that lasted a little bit longer, because I seem to remember the record was maybe 14 ults expended without a kill going through. I think it was a London Spitfire game. It was a different time. It was yeah.
Oh, it's so much. It's so much. And that is such a scary idea. 14 ultimates in a 6v6 game. That means that someone used their ult, and in the course of that one fight, used it again.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Hopefully we won't have to do that, because my poor lungs might not be able to take it. But that's how drawn out these fights can be. So when I say first point capture, I don't necessarily mean, congrats guys, we won the first fight, yay. I mean, if you can just push your opponent off the point, even just to cap it, that first point capture, not even a fight win, but just a point capture, that can be 30, 40, 50, 60% percentage gained on the point, and that can get you into last fight territory.
Now, of course, what we have been seeing behind us has been, Lijiang Tower, and as we see it now, it is going to be the first map of the day, first map of round one, and then after that, it will be loser picks, and Lijiang Tower is always one of the most fun maps, I think, to play GOATs on. I mean, especially on Control Center, as, so enclosed, it really does lead to some of the most exciting GOATs action. I think, it doesn't have those long sight lines that force those a bit benign baffling rotations, and that's exactly where we will be starting an SR peak check. I mean, first off, we have to say, Santa Banana, that is LH Cloudy, but Sauna's in rather than Vistola as an emergency sub. Has been a fantastic player for a fantastic time. The tracking of this player is astounding and has had a strong Zarya, at least in Overwatch 2. So we'll see how he does here in GOATs.
As already the damage is coming out. That's a really aggressive play from Cloudy, from Banana. Gonna take out Brain on the early play. And that's a DMAC coming in onto SR peak check. And there's the charge rolling through. This Reinhardt playing incredibly aggressively and getting that first point cap.
That was lightning fast. We talked about how some of these fights can go on so long, but with a good Discord orb, then there can be the absolute opposite. A quick re-engage comes through, but no one's fallen just yet.
No, and there's the run right onto the Zenyatta, and the support line decimated. SR peak check, clean house.
That they do, and again, they can begin taking up percentage here. Pushing forward off the point as well, a massive advantage because they can begin holding the choke, and KSA are going to have to start thinking about how to break it. They do have the Shatter online for Brain. It's going to be a main advantage, but ult's close for almost everyone. This next fight, K-Wing, this is going to be the money shot.
It sure is, as KSA start pushing through that door. Fire Strike used early on, needing to use these bubbles aggressively. The Shatter stunned out of it. Both stunned, but it's going to be SR peak check. Cloudy the first to fall. Rally comes through from both Briggs, I believe. As there's the Graviton Surge, everyone caught up. Transcendence and Diva Bomb thrown in to get to Diva Bomb from KSA. They need to equalize, but they get not a single thing, and they'll fall once more.
That was such a clutch bomb from Ariel 2 there. I mean, down Cloudy, down arguably the most important member of your composition. I mean, that could have been over, and it takes a double self-destruct from Ariel 2 to bring them back into contention, but they are still in contention. They are still accruing percentage, and KSA, after their big ultimate fight, now just have the ride to work with, at least at the beginning of this fight. Pushing again through the choke here, but without the big tools to break it, can they really get much of anything done?
Yeah, they're going to have to find some big picks early on, or they might just be stuck as the push through comes in. Graviton Surge from Sauna is going to shred through. Rally used and shredded, taken out by KSA. Or, sorry, KSA's Rally gets taken out. That's not a good thing. Oh, and the Shatter to get those daggers. Spawn door challenge achieved for Cloudy.
Yeah, I mean, if you're able to touch the spawners on your first round, then SRP Czech really do want to show their dominance, and that's exactly what we did see displayed from them in just that control center. KSA had a couple of decent attempts at a fight, but SRP Czech too dominant, too practiced, too focused, and this is a spear tip that right now is not being blocked. I mean, I think that one of the things about this GOATS composition is just how snowbally it is, how little opportunity there is from mechanical play to let you come straight back into the fight, and getting that first pick off in that first fight really just allowed them to snowball all the way through. So KSA, I think, going to be happy to get a reprieve, get a bit of a reset, and an opportunity to again fight on a little bit more open territory without the ability to snowball that we did see from SRP Czech. But on a map like this, on Gardens, it's going to be a lot more difficult. Again, the point presence here is going to be the huge difference maker, but without the chokes, without the enclosed corridors, then there's a little bit more opportunity for those off-tank players, those Divas and Zarias, to have their day.
Yeah, and this open space won't really be that good for Reinhardt's, as they already square off, as Brain is just getting knocked about. Charge has to come through to try and regroup with their team. Into the back, really in deep. Brain trying to get this value, but is gonna get taken down instead. Reinhardt on the side, pushing through the door. Shatter goes through, lands on all KSA, but they're gonna get thrown off the map. That's what happens when you don't have the steadfast.
I mean, what hurts a lot more than Sansa Banana getting knocked off Cloudy is that Sauna goes as well. Losing the energy on the Zarya is a huge loss, and while it does mean that at least Sauna will be back in time, I'm sure Admiral can get the taxi on quick, then there will be at even Stevens, even footing with Tambo on the other side of things. That's a huge loss, and well, I mean, we'll have to wait and see if it matters in the grand scheme of things at all.
We'll have to see indeed as they try and push through White Room. Rally comes through from KSA. Diva Bomb thrown into the back. Good protection from KSA, and they're getting their picks. Both supports finding one. And there's your next. KSA charging up a lot of ults. It's an eco fight, but it's a fight they'll win.
And if you're winning out, then you're happy every time. I mean, that was also some great Diva play coming through here from Tambo, who used his self-bubble to protect his Zenyatta there, not having a projected one to throw on. That's absolutely astounding, and it's great micro praise like that do bring you an advantage in GOATS. KSA as well, up to 5 check marks, so only being far away from the rally. This is going to be their strongest fight, but they have to play borderline perfectly from now on.
That they do. With how much charge SRP Check has, they got 35%. They can't lose this. There's the Graviton Surge from KSA. Cambo not finding any picks, but the Diva Bomb will surely take one. Admiral, that beat not going to do them well against the bomb. Reinhardt pulling through, getting pinned way into White Room. Shatters and gets taken out. And now KSA is stuck. 5 taken out in the Shatter. And SRP Check come back.
I mean, Cloudy puts his team on his back there. A humongous Shatter to bring it back into contention. The bomb from Ziad was great, thrown into the backline, gets the DMET, gets the kill onto the Lucio, but the Reinhardt is there. A humongous Shatter that knocks 3 down. The Graviton there to follow up, and the Fire Strike to get the final blows. So SRP now on the defense, again accruing percentage and reading the rotation, are able to go mark the White Room quick if they so wish.
That they are. And just a kill zone there that KSA has to cross as Rally comes through from KSA to push them in. Oh, stunned up is their main tank, the Reinhardt, barely staying alive. Diva Bomb into the back, but it's the Brig of KSA first to fall. They are losing their supports. The beat is the only thing they have to protect them. But their Reinhardt's getting pinned. Graviton, can it find some miracle for KSA? It's not looking likely. An SRP Check in the driver's seat.
I mean, they are exactly that again. It took them a little longer this time, but again, on Lijiang's tower, they are just rolling forward, and they want to get these stagger kills. They're pushing ever deeper, and Even expending ults for KSA won't stop the bleeding too much. At least a disengage is here from SRP. Check out a huge boop! A huge
Three! That's absolutely massive! With the Graviton Surge, traps a few over the pit. It's gonna drop down too. This is gonna be a scrappy fight on the point. 3 taken for SRP check. They have a chance to end it right here, right now. Beats coming out from both teams, but it may be SRP check's just a bit better. KSA does get that point, does get that flip. The re-engage is coming through. Shatter is online, throws it out right into the shield of KSA, but it won't much matter. Overtime ticks up and starts to burn down. That'll be 2-0. SRP check with a commanding lead.
I mean, Oi could not do more there. A triple boop kill is not something you see every day, but Sorna is there, might not able to equalize, but still beams down 2 on the Zarya, and that makes it close enough into contention that SRP check can come recontest.
Oh, that's so nasty from Oi, and then gets caught up in the grab. There's nothing you can say but tragic there for Oi. Gets half the team caught on that bridge rotation. That bridge rotation that has been so famous for Lucio Boops and for coming in and just knocking players off, getting a triple, but still not being able to clutch up the fight. A really smart grab from SRP check got them close to equalizing, and they had the ult advantage.
Yeah, they did, and I mean, ult advantage plus your Zarya energy as well, you can just snowball that so quickly, and that's kind of what we saw, you know, once SRP check was set up on the point, then 9 times out of 10, they were just dominantly winning out those fights. They were so in control, and well, there was one nice retake from KSA, unfortunately just not enough to really get anything going. SRP check returned it in kind, and off the back of that, then Legion Tower goes the way of SRP check. Of course, they are now 1-0 up, and up to match point already. It is KSA's map pick next. Okay, they've picked King's Row. Come on, man. We see this map so often, but I mean, if it's a map they're comfortable on, then so be it. King's Row will be where KSA decide to defend their upper bracket run, else a quick trip to the lower bracket will be what awaits them. And against the Titans of SRP check, I mean, they will have to at least be a Goliath, but it's going to be very rough for them either way. I think one thing I would like to see from them is maybe a little bit more passive play and some more disengage. I think they have been, you know, going in, staying in a smidgen too much for my liking, but we're going to have to wait and see if that's anything that they do end up adjusting, or if they just keep pushing this pedal to the metal and hoping their aggression does in the end pay off.
Yeah, so far KSA has struggled pretty tough against SRP check. Now, mind you, we've talked about how these teams are titans. We've talked about how these teams are dominant. With KSA starting off on the defense, they need to have a strong one. They want to hold SRP check pretty early on. They get that defensive advantage first that we were talking about, that it's so hard to dislodge this GOAT's composition, that maybe, just maybe, they can put a stop to this momentum that SRP check has on the board.
Gonna have to wait and see. Of course, starting out on the defense for KSA is going to be a bit of a boon in their favor. We spoke a little bit before about how this GOAT's composition is a little bit easier to defend with, and as long as they don't concede any picks, and they're going to be very, very hard to dislodge KSA. And that like King's Row, I think, does put a lot of pressure onto your D.Va, especially to maneuver around these high grounds and position in such a way where you can get that off-angle pressure, but you can also use that defense matrix to somewhat mitigate the damage that your Reinhardt is going to be taking on that front line. So pay a lot of attention to what Ziad and Ariel, too, on the other side of the server, are able to get done, because I think they could be the make or break for those teams, especially Ziad on the defense. That defense matrix is going to be humongous for KSA.
Completely agree. That defense matrix needs to be incredibly efficient as the Reinhardt starts swinging, getting stunned up by that break shield bash. Good knock away, KSA. They lose their tank, and they might just have lost its defense incredibly quickly. There goes the D.Va, and there goes point A for KSA.
I mean, that's so clean from SRP check. They run in, they bubble there, Ryan, who gets a swing is in, and even though he does get bashed, then is able to stay alive, basically undamaged because of that defense matrix, and the same could not be said of Brain. He got flattened pretty quick, like no Reinhardt, no chance, and first cap goes through light and fast to SRP check, who can now get the payload rolling here on King's Row. At least KSA will be able to hold the arch, though. A choke to break here for SRP check, but they have an also advantage and energy advantage to do it with.
Yeah, and this is one of the deadliest chokes in all of Overwatch. King's Row second is such a deadly one. It's so hard to push through, but they've already gotten the pick onto the Zen. Graviton Surge is eaten, but they're down one. They need to use the beat to try and get back to that 5v5, but they can't find it. They do take out the Reinhardt. The Graviton Surge thrown in. A Transcendence can't protect them as the Diva Bomb comes through. Shatter only landing onto the one. Ults back and forth. Rally as well coming out. It's going to get shredded on the side of KSA. They can't get the value from it. If their Brig is dead. And SR peak check. Quick pit stop, but still rolling.
I mean, KSA are able to make that fight slow, and they're able to make SRP check sweat, but in the end, they aren't able to get the win. That was really just because of the close spawns that SRP check have. I mean, especially with the Lucio able to go back taxi pretty quick, like, then it's going to be so hard for KSA to try and break the choke. But unfortunately, just trading out negatively, they do lose it out, and now one final fight to try and defend second, and Cloudy has the Earth Shatter.
And we've seen just how deadly the shatters can be. It's right into the shield, but they still lose their Lucio. That's a devastating blow. Diva Bomb over top only gets their Brig. They're just one down, KSA. Can they find the comeback? Can they find it? They lose Brain, they lose their Reinhardt, and they might as well have just lost it there. Like you said, no Ryan, no chance.
Yeah, just clearing up the final numbers now. But I think KSA are still just going to keep on staring at a larger and larger time bank. And right now it has to be intimidating. They need to get a stop going at some point, but someone is pushing ever deeper, making it as hard as possible for KSA to contest the point.
Gosh, and the Graviton Surge just taking down the stragglers. Brain charging in, but the rally is coming through from SR peak check. There's just nothing you can do. Shatter is gonna catch two, but no chance. There's the shield coming through. Diva Bomb into the back, stunned up, but not dead. Is Brain trying to stay alive. Rally and the beats are gonna come out from KSA. They're looking for this equalize. They're looking to put a stop. They do get that first pick. They take out the Reinhardt. No Ryan, no chance.
Oh.
Shatter gonna land onto two, and they find those picks. They'll find the follow-up, and they'll find that delay.
And I have to say, in the Ryan head-to-head, then Brain has maybe not been finding the best of these neutral engagements, but when it comes to the shatters, it feels like he is on top of them, blocking them, and as we saw in that last fight, dumping them like anybody's business. Got able to charge up to two, and it was that double ult value that gave KSA the advantage that they needed to get the win here. An aggressive hold, trying to stop SRP Check from getting any of the space that they need, but it can be very, very easy to track if SRP Check wants.
Oh, the grab is gonna devastate KSA, but it's an even pick. 2 for 2, but the Zarya's coming through. KSA looking good, but even the grab's not gonna save them. Admiral's finding those picks. Even in that grab, it's the Zarya that goes down. Admiral with another. How deadly is this Lucio on SRP check?
I mean, Admiral's been a fantastic Lucio since time immemorial in EO and continues to show that level of metal here. Using the speed boost now to push ever deeper. Rally as well. Pop. I mean, KSA cannot leave spawn.
Shatter blocked. Only landing onto the Zarya. The point pushing forward. There's the self-destruct. It's gonna land onto Admiral. That's the opening. Bomb into the back. SRP check can't find it. Shatter from SR. Gets to Transcendence. Won't save the Reinhardt. Just a moment too late. KSA needs to put a stop to this here. This time bank. They can't abide it, but they've lost their Zarya right before the grab. It's not looking good for SR Peak Check as KSA puts a stop.
Yeah, I mean, the payload stops with plenty of time left for SRP checks to push in and do what they will. Losing Sauna does hurt, especially as you mentioned, close to that grab, but by the time he respawns, by the time he's back, everything will be A-okay, so just a little bit of slow play to charge up that energy, and they'll be right back where they started. Grab on the other side of things is going to be the big issue, though. They need to charge up this Transcendence in time, else they'll have no recourse to defend against it.
Brain being on that alternate angle, threatening the charge, but doesn't find any players there. There's the Graviton Surge from KSA. They need to find these early picks, and the Diva Bomb will do just that. Clean up for SRP check. They're going to take down the remaining members and chase down. Good right click from the Zarya.
Yeah, I mean, Ghost 91, unfortunately, just a smidgen too slow charging up that Transcendence, not able to get it online in time, but we'll have it for this next fight. Time bank ticking a little bit lower now, KSA getting a little bit more comfortable with their position, but SRP just have plenty of tries, and with some better ults in this fight, they have a better chance.
Ooh. Graviton Surge from SRP check lands well, but no picks coming through. It's going to be the Reinhardt getting taken down, charge off the map from SRP check. A great play on to KSA. Transcendence comes out from SRPC. They take out the Zen of KSA. This card's gonna start moving. They can't abide by any more picks.
They really can't, but they might keep conceding them anyway. This chase goes deeper and deeper into the backline, but just the Diva on the high ground may be slightly harder to dislodge. The SRP check one. Shatter online for Cloudy. Bomb for Ariel too, but this Cloudy off the map!
The boop from KSA might have just saved them, knocking Cloudy off the map. Diva Bomb into the back, and it's going to be the pilot form getting taken out. KSA have pulled a rabbit out of their hat. That's a miracle.
I mean, that's absolutely humongous. Payload's so close to being at the end,
gosh.
but they will get stagger kills as well. Sauna's off the map, beaming down the Brigitte too, and I mean, just trying to back out now, but KSA know they've done their damage, and they know they can disengage, and they know that they've put themselves in a great position to close out King's Row. Also in line for both teams, which means that this fight will have fireworks, and of course nothing to save through into a final fight, so everything and the kitchen sink is going to be thrown at both sides, but an early pick means that KSA had an early disadvantage.
And they lose their Lucio. This is disastrous for KSA. Both two supports gone. That's not looking good, and the card's already starting to move for SRP check. They just want to hold on here. There's this shatter. It's going to land onto the brig. They finally get that first opening pick, but they're going to need so much more than just that, KSA. They do get it to overtime. They do get that double kill fire strike from SRP check, though. Self-destruct in the back, lands onto the Zarya, and it's just a Transcendence from the Zenyatta. No one there to keep it going, no one there to benefit from the healing. SRP check will finish, but what a defense from KSA. They're not out of this just yet.
Yeah, I mean, when it got to the last area of the map, when it got onto third, then, I mean, a humongous step up in performance from KSA. I don't know if it's maybe them just finding their feet finally in this series, or if the map geometry is just so favorable for them, but either way, they're able to whistle down a large time bank down to overtime, and a completion here for SRP all the same, yes, but if KSA get a cap here with a decent time bank, then they could look SRP check out of being able to even win the map in extra innings, so they're pretty comfortable with where they are in the map now, all things considered. But still plenty of pressure onto KSA to continue to perform at that level. If they can come out the gate swinging with that level of performance, with that, you know, firepower, then SRP Check really will begin to sweat here on King's Row. But if it's just a last point only performance, then first and second, you know, reaching there, that's going to be the real trouble. It took an early pick onto Brain, a bash, a bubble, and some aggression from Cloudy to take care of KSA in this first fight. We'll see if they can replicate what their opponents did to them on their own attack.
That's what they need. And it's interesting, first and second point on King's Row are very, very good for that defense, for that entrenched hold, but we saw some really good time drain from KSA. On third point, it's not really as common as you think. As the doors open, KSA looking to keep this upper bracket run alive. They need to complete this map, but if they don't, they're going to be dropping down to lower bracket very early on in the tournament. They need something big as the stun already coming through. They need the early pick, charge from Brain. being very aggressive with them as these two sides clash early. Fire Strike comes through, but Brain stays alive. Very, very low. An early pick onto the Brig. The DMAC onto the D.Va. SR peak check. Shatters.
I mean, they get the fold all the same, and KSA again get that first fight win. It feels like no one can defend first here on King's Row, and that's going to mean that they are on track for that same time and SRP had heading into third point. Of course, again, SRP Check going to be able to reach that arch hold by the looks of things. They could play slow if they so wish, but cracking that choke is going to be a big issue. Remember, KSA's area high charge, SRP Check's not the same, so an advantage if they want to go quick, but they can also just wait it out, play the strength of their composition, just try and live for as long as possible, try and get as much free push as possible.
Oh, early bomb into the back, but it's the Zarya gun. That's a disastrous pick. DMAC is going to come through, so that's no defense matrix for SR peak check, but no Zarya for KSA means that they're going to have to wait just for a little bit before the re-engage comes through.
Yeah, close spawns here for KSA, so they're going to have to wait too long at all. And right now, no one's back in his mecha. Ariel still far away. Shatter's good. Blocked by Cloudy.
No, but the Zarya still gets taken down. It's a disaster again. Using your Zarya like this is just awful for KSA. The Reiner doesn't have any bubbles, and it's not looking good. They do take out the Zarya of SRP check, and these spawns are closer for KSA. But now SRPC is just running rampant, but they're still taking losses. They lose their Zen from a good shot from the KSA Zen. It's a chase now. Even though SRP check got the advantage, they completely lose the war.
Yeah, I mean, no Zen, no chance until Discord was such an integral part of this composition, but it looks like, for them, by the looks of things, that SRP will be able to disengage, and yeah, it is nice to have that free push for KSA, but they would have loved those staggers, so a small victory, Pyrrhic one perhaps for SRP, but they could re-engage now.
That they are, and there's the early grab. Grab's gonna be devoured on the side of KSA. They can't land it. Or no, sorry, SRP check can't land it. I mixed up the sides again. Rally coming through from SRP check as the beat expires. The shatter! SRP check all on the ground. But it's not enough. The follow-up's not there. The Lucio's gonna go down, but can they find more beat from KSA? They're trying to keep this going, but can they? They get the DMAC onto the SRP check D.Va. It's just not enough in the end spec. They're pushing back in though with Brain on of the respawn, charging back in, but this Zarya is so high charged. She's got so much damage pumping out every second. This pressure that the damage puts out is insane. As already the Lucio getting stunned up, staying alive. Grab from SRP check, shreds the D.Va, and there you go. Oh, KSA. They came so far and they tried so hard. In the end, it didn't even matter. And the stagger is going to be brutal.
That is a picture-perfect Graviton Surge there from Sauna, isolated from the rest of the tanks. I mean, all the Brigitte can do is hold shield and pray that it's not focused fire down. That's exactly what happened. These stagger kills just keep on coming for SRP. They're pressing their advantage all the way into spawn. Second map in a row, and Cloudy is touching the spawn doors.
This is devastating for KSA. They lose their D.Va, and they pushed up too far with that disadvantage without their D.Va. Just got shredded, as now SRP check can take the high ground. No, from the top rope. Oh, Cloudy, why do you have to do it to him like that? That's just so BM. The shatter from KSA blocked immediately. Both Lucio's gone. It's an even 5v5, but KSA, they lose their Zarya and they lose their chance, but they do have that advantage of close spawns.
That they do, but I mean, if you're not winning out any fights at all, then it doesn't matter all that much. And right now, this spawn hold looks pretty much unbreakable for SRP. There's a push out here. Rally popped for one side, and a small disengage means that SRP are at least fighting an equal footing.
Transcendence is going to come out, but it can't even protect the Zarya. The focus fire is too strong. Oh, the Zenyatta SRP check. It's 4 for the Zen.
Go
dominating
91.
The kill feed.
I mean, a 4-piece off of Zenyatta, I mean, this is one player who's a bright prospect to keep your eye on for the future. 17 years old and putting up performances like this against some of the world's best. And yeah, Cloudy Shatter is blocked, but they're still in a plenty comfortable spot.
Oh, the Shatter! That's the bomb the opening KSA needed! And they finally break the spawn hold with a minute left.
Yeah, it took them a while though, and I mean, all their time that they had built up is gone. One of the advantages of going for a spawn hold as well is that you, for the most part, you can regroup before they get to the end of second. Let's stagger onto Ariel, who's going to is brutal. So a choice is here for SRP check. Do they want to take the 5-on-6 and, you know, maybe try and wait for their D.Vas to come back, or do they just concede and fight as soon as they are a full 6?
They have to disengage, and that's what they're going to choose. They can't win. That's the mistake that KSA made that they capitalized on to get that spawn hold. As now the push is going to come through right before. There's the Graviton Surge. It's going to take out their Lucio. Can they find anything? Shatter is going to land onto the Reinhardt, stunned up. The KSA is already down 1. The Transcendence is gone. They have to have something big. Shatter, Diva Bomb coming in over top, dropped in back. It's going to be one Zarya gone for SRP check. Diva Bomb into the back. Overtime Wick is burning. Can they find the equalizer? Can they find their miracle? They lose their Reinhardt. They're going to have to do it without him. It doesn't look like it's going well as Cloudy just pushing into the back. But the Zen taking those picks and taking those points.
Yeah, KSA made it until the final stretch. Here now, with their time, they will very much connect the both SRP check to recontest, and they're going to have plenty of work to do if they want to get this to a comfortable position for them. Right now, going to be overtime cap, very likely, but yeah, finally a full 5, finally SRP check can fight.
Yeah, that full 6 coming through as a very aggressive play by the Reinhardt into the back. Graviton Surge from KSA. They need some better picks here. The Shatter goes through, lands onto the Zarya. The Diva Bomb of KSA gets its one. The pin onto the Transcendence. Shatter onto the Diva. Cloudy is not ready to give this up, and neither is his team. Cloudy's going to get taken down, but KSA is not going to get the push. Well, they beat. They have a chance here.
Yeah, just the Diva alive on the point right now. I mean, Ariel 2 can live for a little while using that defense matrix, that bubble as well, but drops the bomb, in fact, takes care of Oi, and that's Tambo as well. Focus down with a remech kill, in fact, onto the mech, and a late grab just to get the stagger kills. SRP check in the very last moment, it feels like, they come back swinging, and KSA aren't even able to touch the point. It's a 2-0 for SRP check as they roll over KSA, but it did get close.
It really did. And that moment, you saw some really scary stuff from KSA. They went up against some of the best that EU has to offer. And there were some moments that they made them sweat. That score does not show that full story. What a play from the Zenyatta there. But, like we were saying, that score does not show the full story. That match was a lot closer than we expected it to be in a lot of points. So KSA might not be moving on in the upper bracket. But they might be going on a tear in the lower bracket coming up soon.
Yeah, definitely ones to keep your eye on in that lower bracket. We will be going on to the lower bracket in a little while. Still plenty of matches on the broadcast for us to go through. But, you know, before we go to break, I do want to take a quick moment to talk about Ghost 91, because maybe I'm someone I missed a little bit on the pre-game, but someone I definitely want to spotlight here. And, you know, it's been a player who has been fantastic in EU contenders for a long time, a player who's been putting up some fantastic performances, mainly on the Baptiste, has been where he's impressed me the most. But on the Zenyatta, I wasn't quite sure what I'd see. We're not sure quite what to make of him, but I mean, a 4K in that spot, I mean, that's humongous, and I think was a huge part of why SR Peak Check looked so good all throughout that series. The disco dubs and the right clicks especially were just humongous every single time. So, I mean, a 17-year-old prodigy who apparently has to fit his scrims around high school, but playing like this, I mean, I'm impressed is all I'm going to say.
I mean, I couldn't agree more. 17 years old and is playing like that against some of the best players in Overwatch at this point. That's a scary thing. We don't know a lot about what Overwatch esports is going to look like in the future, but if it's anything good, he's going to be in it. Because that was an incredible performance on the Zenyatta, making waves already in the GOATS tournament. An incredible performance from SR Peak Check. But when we get back, we're going to be moving on to the upper bracket round 2. We're going to be pushing on forward, seeing what exciting Overwatch GOATS action that we can get. So don't you go anywhere. Don't change the Twitch channel, because we'll be right back in just a few moments.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. But you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Got lots of love. Love. 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 Got lots of love. Love.
jumping in onto round 2. Welcome back to the stream. We have got quite an interesting one for you here today. We're continuing on with SR Peak Check, and we're seeing them face off against MME Overwatch. Two teams that were undefeated in the group stage. MME Overwatch only dropping one map in that group stage and continuing that to this very moment. Meanwhile, SR Peak Check undefeated in groups and has not dropped a map, currently 14-0 on the tournament. These two teams are elite and both are very heavy favorites to win the tournament, SR Peak Check especially, after what we saw them do to KSA. So, a lot on the line here. Both teams looking to push their way through that bracket. I'm K-Wing, returning with Spectrion. Ready to get into it, Spec?
Oh yeah, it could be some very interesting Overwatch for us. Of course, first map of the day will be Nepal, so very different from Legion. How we're going to be seeing some very different engagements, especially on Sanctum. I think that's be incredibly interesting to watch. I think Village as well is always one of the best maps for GOATs. Again, it's enclosed. It's so easy to castle on the points. I think that will lead some massively entertaining games. And I think after we got to have a bit of a taste of what SR Peak Check wants to bring to their table, is kind of really just every single egg is in the basket of Cloudy, just inting essentially on the Rhine, and that has definitely worked out for them. They're definitely able to press the advantage of having one of the best Rhine players in the world, and it's a huge boon for them to have that. But maybe there's maybe a weakness in the backline, maybe not saving some of those resources, maybe going this aggressive is something that MME Overwatch can exploit, being maybe on paper at least a stronger team than KSA. But I mean, either way, considering the level we've seen, then I think every team playing against SR Peak Check has to be considered somewhat of an underdog. So for MME Overwatch, they have plenty to do if they want to unseat the champions.
That they do. As we're looking at map 1, Nepal, and we talked so much about control, we talked so much about that first point capture. Even if it's not a first fight win, is so important. GOATS is such a tough composition to get off of anything. They just latch onto it, and it's very, very difficult to get them anywhere. So getting that first point capture and having the advantage of defending means that you're going to be ticking up while you defend. So even if you lose, you win, and if you win, you're in business then.
Well, I just want to take a moment to highlight Benno Slays on the MMA Overwatch team, not for any practical reason, but mainly for being a Scottish player. And I got to rep my local scene, so let's go. There's like 4 Scottish players ever, and Benno Slays could make a name for himself here as the best.
We'll have to see, fighting up against some of the best, as SR Peak Check already going in, but going to LOS, his healer's just a touch behind that pillar, but the boop comes in. Admiral on the scene, gonna get taken out for it. MME Overwatch will not make the same mistakes that KSA did.
Absolutely will not, and they're able to disengage, they're able to get the point cap first, but the kills are going the way of SR Peak Check, so keeping this point for any amount of time is going to be the real challenge here. It's a largely clean disengage here for MME Overwatch, but it isn't the first cap.
That's such a great play for them. They don't even allow MME Overwatch to cap. And the engage is going to come in immediately, and SR Peak Check Vistola just going to come in from stage right, as the Diva Bomb going to throw into the back. No picks off of it directly, just going into that dry. It's an interesting play from SR Peak Check. Shatter is online for MME, but can they use it? Beat just to allow them to push in. Raid Boss incoming. That means that that's the ult coming through. The Diva Bomb from MME is there, but they lose the Zarya. They lose that charge. The Shatter only landing on one. It's just Cloudy, and Cloudy is not long for this world.
Yeah, off the map. Just Aerials who alive on the Diva to be cleaned up, and there are respawns here for SR Peak Check. They are fighting. Aerials 2 dropping the self-destruct, won't catch anyone, but it's a fresh mech all the same. There's still a fighting chance here for SR Peak Check, especially as they take care of the Lucio.
They lose the Lucio. And this is now just a scrappy fight on the point, and SRP Check has not let go of this. This is the length of these goats fights. The stun comes through from SRP Check, and MME 0 on the board, and SRP Check is nearing last fight territory.
I mean, that's absolutely humongous here. They were down so low, just 2 players left alive, and now SRP Check pushing into the spawn. It's an absolute headlock, and yes, there is a shatter to knock Cloudy on his back, but it won't matter in the grand scheme of things. So 3 maps, 3 attempts to touch the spawn doors and 3 successes. Now they just drop back a little bit further and attempt to take a slower fight.
Oh, the shatter! The beat's gonna protect the Reinhardt, but for how long, I ask? Answer's not long. Diva Bomb's going to clean up a few, but who's gonna touch in the end? The answer is, well, the Zenyatta. But how long are they going to stay alive for? Trying to defend this point, starting that point capture, starting that flip. The contest will come through from the brig. Then Zen has to step off the point. But that is a chance for MME. They're pushing through. They lose their Rhine. They lose their Zen. Vestola, just overwhelming force being brought upon MME. Even one pick won't save them. Because SRP Check just has the numbers. They'll take that first round.
That they do, and of course it all has to be based off of that stall there on that first point when it was just a Diva alive, Ario 2 fighting desperately for his life. Respawn comes back quickly in the form of Admiral. From there they're able to just stay alive, keep fighting, keep threatening for MMA Overwatch, and by the time that MMA Overwatch have been able to assert themselves in any way, shape or form, and the rest of SRP Check is there in force and in that 6-on-6, in that second chance, and SRP Check, I mean, they don't slip twice. Something I want to, bring some of your attention to is Vestola is back in. I mean, it's no more Sauna as an emergency sub. While Sauna is a fantastic Zarya in his own right, Vestola is maybe the breakout player of the EU scene recently. On the World Cup, it was his performance that allowed Finland their, standout and frankly massively surprising 4th place finish. So yeah, humongous from him, and having a player of that caliber in the lobby is going to be a huge boon for SRP Check.
Such a boon, but they're gonna lose the Lucio. Admiral going down early. Admiral's been such a mainstay of this comp, and MME is gonna push right in off of that, knowing SRP Check can't run away. They're just gonna face the music.
That they are. Nothing really that they can do but disengage, and first percentage points of the series accrued here for MME as the point finally goes over their way. SRP Check, after losing their Lucio so quickly, is really going to hurt for them. That's Admiral very far behind in beat charge, but they can't think about that. They need to think about the present, and they need to think about how they're going to push into MMA Overwatch once again.
This is such a smart rotation from SRP Check, but they lose their Reinhardt in the fight immediately. But they take that Reinhardt back. D-Mech comes through onto SRP Check. Graviton Surge dueling. Both the Zen Trance comes in from SRP Check. MME doesn't have that ult. Diva Bomb thrown in. Not even with the Graviton Surge. The break goes down for SRP Check. The Zarya is scary. Full charge and rolling through. MME Overwatch is not done yet. Self-destruct rolling on to the point. But SRP Check still looking to cap point. MME just stalling out a little bit more, getting as much percentage as they can, but as the Lucio dies, the Diva's gonna try and remech, but that damage is not as big as it used to be. There's a stagger. That height is really being used to that advantage of MME Overwatch, but the fight will eventually take over.
60% accrued. The big difference maker in that fight had to be Ghost 91 there on their Zenyatta, just able to eclipse his counterpart in terms of that Transcendence charge. And when both Zenyatas were grabbed, then Ghost 91 is able to survive. SRP are able to survive MMA Overwatch. The same could not be said of them. So finally in control are SRP. They have also begin this rotation. Cloudy with the Earth Shatter has to be the big one.
Yeah, the Cloudy Earth Shatter. We haven't seen a lot of big ones as the early Earth Shatter comes out, and the Cloudy Earth Shatter gets stunned up and done up. SRP Check throwing out the Graviton Surge. They need even more. Grab from MME. No follow-up is there. The beat's alive, but they just don't have anything. They lose their Reinhardt MME. It's just not working out.
Where did Ghost 91's Transcendence come from? He used it in the last fight in here. in the absolute nick of time. He builds it to survive another Graviton. Matching the rate of grab build is absolutely insane, and able to do it means that SRP Check get that next fight, even with Cloudy having lost out the Earthshatter and now charged into another one during the span of that fight as well. And the Overwatch means that that's one more threat that they're going to have to take into account as they again go for this rooftop rotation.
When they lose the Zen immediately, and there's another Transcendence on the side of SRP Check. They're not just matching the rate of this grab build, they are beating it out here. This is elite play from this Zenyatta on the offense, on the defense, as this D.Va goes in very aggressively for SRP Check, trying to capitalize his MME. The ults are just so overwhelming. D.Va Bomb into the back. It needs to be big, but nothing in the kill feed. Zarya for MME is gone. They lose that chance to build up. D.Va Bomb into the back, still not landing any kills. Transcendence is there. There goes that first pick. The D.Va getting completely destroyed. Beat from SRP Check, keeping them up and alive, with the Zens just going wild. Takes out the Reinhardt, looking for more. Well, the D.Va's gonna get demacked on the side of SRP Check. No defense matrix to speak of. Some picks rolling through. Vestola getting taken out. Big play, but the Reinhardt still there with the shatter to deny it. There you have it. SRP Check taking control.
That they do. MMA Overwatch, though, definitely brings some of their own heat to the table as well there. Making it competitive on both those sub-maps, but just unfortunately not enough. Again, Ghost 91, my GOAT, my absolute hero there, coming up huge in so many moments for SRP Check to bail them out of unfortunate scenarios. And because of that, then SRP Check do get up 1-0 here on this series. We didn't even get to see Village played, and now MME's map pick to consider where they want to go next.
Yeah, and we're going to a map type that I've been informed is called Hybrid. Apparently it's a map type. I mean, I just thought that we were next going to King's Row, and that was just the map. There's like no other map types, but apparently there's like others, like Numbani and Midtown. Sounds fake, but okay. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not a sheep like the rest of you, but I don't believe in non-King's Row hybrid maps.
To be fair, if you want to play Numbani in GOATs, then you are a massive nerd, and you should probably stop thinking about Reinhardt rotations, because playing GOATs on that map is so much effort, for lack of a better word. You have to really think about where you're going and why you're doing it, and you can just kind of pick King's Row and just kind of play King's Row. It's kind of brain dead map in that respect. So yeah, I'm kind of not expecting to see any Numbani, though I would love to see it. But I would say
you would, wouldn't you,
70-80%.
Nerd?
I would say it's like a solid 70-80% chance we go King's Row.
I would even call that like 90%. I think it's people only pick not King's Row when they want to be quirky and different and they need something to shake up the game. And to be fair, maybe that is MME. Maybe they need some massive Eichenwald to try and turn this around, but I'm not sure. I think King's Row is just the safe pick, is just the easy pick. And I'm right. I'm right. King's Row. We're going to King's Row. Look at that. Look what's around us. King's Row. Going to London, and I mean, you know, I can't be an expert about this map. Spec, you're British. Tell us all about it.
I mean, realistically, what can I tell people that they don't already know? You've played King's Row before. You know, they're going to fight for statue control, probably. Then the fight is going to move on to the point. Then they're going to fight for Arch. Then kind of you have free push until corner of second. And last point is kind of hard to attack. You don't really have the ability to control off angles. But like, you just run at each other. As long as you don't play cover like a small child, you just run at each other. It's pretty simple. If people start actually playing with the high ground, I would be probably pretty surprised, because it's not really a thing that you kind of do in GOATs anyway. But like if one of the Zenyatas wants to play one of the high grounds, they're just going to get dived by the D.Va. So everyone's going to stack on low, on main. Maybe D.Va goes for an off angle occasionally. But I mean, there's nothing you haven't seen it before 1,000 times.
Yeah, I mean, it really is tough to say something new about Kings Row. And that's why these teams pick it. It is the old standard. It is El Clasico. I use that right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah!
I think so.
I'm learning.
Let's
Learning
go.
British culture, everyone. I'm learning. But it is
Well, give me your
that
best, bro.
standard. It is as classic as you can get. I'm getting character growth. My character growth is learning about British culture.
Wait, give me your best, bro, K-Wing.
Bruv.
Moving swiftly onwards.
We're
MMA,
professionals.
MMA unfortunately going to be started out on the defense. No changes. No teams really want to go towards any Moira, Anna, Winston goats. Of course, those are all allowed in the code. But Zenyatta goats was the meta for a reason because it's kind of the strongest variation. So they're going to be sticking with it. SAP check, of course, have been doing much the same. Cloud on the Brigitte, a player who I think we haven't had to say their name too much, but I do want to, put some respect on his name because he has not been caught up pretty much any time. I think just being able to live, being able to survive, is one of the biggest factors that a good Brigitte player have, and Cloud has that in spades.
Yeah, and has gotten some good stuns off on these Reinhardts as SRP check immediately gonna have that Rein shredded up, and that is that's the quickest lost fight, and they lose the Zarya. No chance for even the charge to build up. That is a really bad start for MME. They have allowed that Zarya to get so much charge. And the spawn door challenge, MME touching the spawn door of SRP check. Do it to him.
I mean, SRP check finally got rebuffed for their play of, just bubbling Cloudy and allowing him to swing. Because what it meant was that instantly a bash comes through onto him. They allowed that to get Discord orb onto him, and now they don't have any bubble to cleanse it. So Discord orb on the Rhine has instant death as Bonnie's feeling now. And a huge shatter into the grab, knocking so many down the pit as well.
It's so much. The beat from MME, all the ults getting thrown out, but SRP check throwing in a grab of their own. Self-destruct gonna find the Lucio, gonna find Admiral. It's demolition for SRP check. MME are firing back.
Yeah, rebuffed again there. Hurts for them, but MMA Overwatch allowed to, set up, play their game, and SRP check not really able to respond. Might have to make some playstyle adaptations, or they can keep bashing their head into this brick wall and hoping that something sticks. Pushing forward again, they have the self as their closest ultimate rally coming online as well, but bubble burn early means that SRP have a small advantage here.
Yeah, an early grab from MME. D.Va Bomb into the back isn't gonna catch a soul, and the Reinhardt of Cloudy caught out again, and the shatter is gonna land onto 3. It's MME running through again. Spawn door challenge a second time. Spawn door challenge a second time.
Yeah, it's a great idea from Ariel too to throw that D.Va Bomber in deep to attempt to stop MMA Overwatch from following up on that Graviton Surge, but unfortunately it's just too late, so it doesn't catch anyone. Not able to save Cloudy, and pushing back in his SOP check, having lost 3 fights now.
Yeah, rally coming in from SRP check. This is their push. This is their moment. The grab coming through from Vistola. It's that first pick that might befall them, but both Briggs are gone. There's the shatter. It's gonna land onto Vistola. Can they find the pick? The beat's gonna come in first on to SRP check. They still lose that Brig, but they have the closest spawns. Finding the Zen pick is gonna be massive, but the Reinhardt's gone. Cloudy can't stay alive, but neither does MME's Rein. It's gonna be scrappy on this point. It's gonna be a barely won fight for either of these teams. And which is gonna come out on top? The Zarya lost for MME. All that charge gone. Vistola winning the duel, and SRP check winning the round.
And remember, close spawns here are gonna be so huge for SRP check. They do trade evenly for the most part, exchanging Briggs, I believe, by way of the Rhine pin. But SRP checks comes back fast. It's as simple as that. And because of that, they are able to just trade out an MMA Overwatch unseated. Finally, first point open for SRP check, but they were most definitely made to sweat for it. But onto a lot more easy footing now. I think one of the harder points typically to attack has been cracked open. And then now into the streets phase, it's a little bit simpler. You don't have to worry about off angles as much. And by the way of ults as well, SRP check pretty comfortable. 5 online looks like, or 5 very close to being online by the looks of things. Just the shatter of crowd a little bit further away.
Early grab is gonna get Pistola the pin. That's such a big loss. The charge is gone for SRP check. Their advantage squandered and lost. Diva Bomb into the back. It's going to land onto absolutely nothing. Even the Reinhardt that looked point blank still stays alive through it. The health and the shields are there. And yet, got to hand it to them. They're still pushing through SRP check. Just MME going to go through. Pistola's grab devoured by MME. It's not looking good. Diva Bomb thrown in onto the corner. Going to explode onto Admiral. It's not enough. Pistola taken out by the self-damage. And the Transcendence will not keep them safe, MME. They're going to lose one, but they lose the Reinhardt. It's just not enough. MME clap back.
That they do. They clear off the point and they can begin to push forward now, try and get the staggers if they want, but you know, a little bit too much respect in them to go for the spawn hole, so they will just go for the bookshop corner to mount their defense. And SRP chat given a little bit of leeway, a little bit of rope, but will they hang themselves with it, or will they be able to pull themselves in ever deeper to the finish line?
They've got the Shatter jumping in. Cloudy goes too deep. It's 4 into the back line. Diva Bomb going to land in onto no picks. But that is another one fight for MME. So smart. They found the Achilles heel.
I mean, digging too deep there, as you mentioned from SRP check, they tried to go far too greedy there, and that opened themselves wide open to a shatter from Bonnie. That huge slam connects, and now less than a minute. SRP check have to aggressive. They're doing it with their ultimates.
Yeah, Diva Bomb to clear some space, but the Shatter's gonna do it. 5 on the ground. Grab to follow up. It's just the brig down already. There's the grab that's gonna come out from MME. Can they find the return? There's the Shatter landing onto 2 beat with the answer. Transcendence still there for SRP check, but they will just use everything. They'll get that fight, but that's all the ults.
Yeah, I mean, it is, but I mean, if it gets the job done, then so be it. By the way the respawns work, then MMA Overwatch, I think, can touch. SRP by those things wants to hold forward to at least slow that down, and yeah, Ghost 91 makes it scary. These right clicks are dealing some good damage, but as you mentioned, no ults in line. Ariel too, I think the closest to it. Self-destruct just pops now and throws it in immediately.
Yeah, using it on the cooldown. Rally from MME. Gonna be used to keep these guys up. That permanent armor, so scary. Diva Bomb thrown in from MME, doesn't find any picks, might have found a bit of damage. Bubbled is the Ryan of MME. Graviton Surge thrown in, the damage getting pumped in so much. The beat from MME keeps them up. They take out Pistola, they take out the Reinhardt, they take out Cloudy. The Owl player is gone. Can SRP check pull out a miracle? They've got the beat, they've got the health, but they've got a Shatter in their midst. And there's nothing SRP check can do. It's time for their Zen to pop off. And SRP check stopped before point B. MME have come to life.
I mean, there's no other way of describing it. I mean, when it comes onto Kings or a map that they are obviously more capable on, then they really are able to, you know, start tightening the screws onto SRP check, who seem a lot more restricted in what they can do, you know, compared to map 1, compared to the KSA game we just saw. Really struggling here, which is why the payload did end up getting stopped. And yeah, there were some still attempts at plays. It's still going very aggressively, but MMA Overwatch, I mean, able to play that ult advantage in that final fight. SRP had to charge into their ult, so they weren't able to almost daisy chain them out as you'd like to do in GOATs. You know, keep 1 ult, maybe 2 online at any given time to A, give you enough time to charge into the next one, and B, to keep your composition as strong as possible for as long as possible. That is kind of the optimal way to rotate ults, as I understand it. And very different to what we see nowadays. We just want to overlap everything, try to get the strongest power spike and wipe out your opponent. Either way, though, MMA Overwatch now on the attack, know exactly where they have to get to. 108 meters through second is a very achievable goal. And SRP Check's last defensive King's Row, as I remember, Kaylin, didn't go too well at all.
No, it really didn't. SRP Check really struggled on the defense against KSA, and MME has shown that they might just be able to succeed where KSA did not. And they might be able to take this map off of SRP Check and force them onto the back foot. They need to play around statue control. What is this D.Va doing? Over on the side, the Reinhardt barely able to make it out alive. Booped forward by the Lucio. Staying alive with statue control is Cloudy. Booped forward, stunned up and cooked. This play from the supports is so elite. Pistola taken down. SRP Check. We thought they were undefeatable, but they are showing that they're very, very mortal.
I mean, even gods can bleed, and right now it's a Crimson that's currently on the right side of the kill feed. SRP get wiped out, and again, it's Cloudy. He's caught up first. As you mentioned, Kevin, no Ironclad passive means that it's much easier to harangue and harry that Reinhardt. So booped in, stunned up, and generally taken down. SRP here with the re-engage, but already a beast online for MMA Overwatch if they wish to invest it.
And they're early rallying MME. They have the charge. They're pushing this advantage. They nearly take down Cloudy on the Reinhardt, but he stays alive and sticks through it. They've got all the support ults. Everything that they could need is right in front of them. There's the Graviton, the beat to keep MME up. D.Va Bomb into the back. Consents to keep them alive. It's all the ults all the time, but the break the first to fall, too. Getting stunned up by the shatter of MME. But they're just not finding the picks. They're just not finding the follow-up. These ults are landing, but the follow-up is not anywhere to be found. As they lose their Reinhardt, MME might be at the mercy of SRP Check.
And SRP Check there, I mean, some great flow shot Overwatch, some defensive ultimates to just rotate, stay alive, and get the win in the end. That late kill onto FLX, onto Zarya really does hurt. Remember that energy reset just in the spawn, really not what you want. And SRP Check again going straight for the spawn hold here. No respect given.
Oh my gosh, this spawn hold so deadly, so devastating. FLX is taken down. Pistola keeping the charge alive. And this is where SRP Check thrives.
I mean, between these two teams, there's no quarter offered and none given whatsoever. It's been brutal, but SRP Check again sees an opportunity for their trademark aggression. They're going straight for it.
Early rally from MME. D.Va Bomb thrown in from SRP Check in such a tiny space. It's gonna get the D-Max shatter, not landing onto a single person. It's blocked immediately. Just fighting on this high ground, fighting up the stairs of this small room. MME is looking to take that rotation, but it's just outdone by SRP Check, getting right through the gateway into another tight choke they have to push through. MME struggling. They don't have a lot of ultimates. The D.Va Bomb needs to come up massive, and it's thrown in with not a pick to be found. The pin's gonna come through for MME. D.Va goes down, and the Reinhardt trepid. SRP Check finding more and more.
I mean, they get some stagger going onto the D.Va as well. I mean, while she can remake, then not really a point for it, so goes for it. If that gets back in, that's a huge win.
That is a huge win. The Zarya stays alive, but there's the takedown. The shatters get canceled. Pistola taken down. There you go. MME Overwatch, they have the advantage to push forward now, finally breaking the spawn hold.
It took them a while. It's a huge time bank saving from SRP Check, but that's time bank saving that they sorely needed after losing first so quickly. And now, realistically, throughout the Streets phase, they have maybe a fight left to go. A fight and a half would be extremely generous. So they're going to have to be borderline perfect from now on, and still plenty of time left to burn off the bank. There will be ults online for both teams, though, and I mean, the triple tank ult of MMA Overwatch definitely intimidating.
Oh, the D.Va Bomb into the back. The shatter's not gonna land, though, completely blocked by Cloudy. The Transcendence online for MME. They have the opportunity. Rally coming through from SRP Check, keeping that armor up, but a big ult combo off the board with no picks to show for it. Push comes through. Oh, the Zarya's taking down the D-Max. And SRP Check is not ready to go quietly. Even the one pick they get will not be enough, MME.
And then again, the stagger just going to burn more and more time, make it harder and harder for MMA Overwatch to take any sort of fight. Finally put out of his misery will be the D.Va, and they're forced straight back into spawn. And SRP, if they want, can again go for the arch hold, but again, they just go for this library, mirroring what their opposition did to them. And this was where SRP were able to crash through with their abundance of ultimates, but MMA Overwatch don't have anything just yet. So SRP in a great spot to continue getting these consecutive fight wins.
The Shatter's gonna get blocked by MME. They have a chance, they have a rally, and they use it to good effect. That's the stun and the takeout of LH Cloudy. D.Va Bomb into the back. Can it land onto the rest of them? Two taken out. It's the Zarya as well. That's devastating for MME. They've lost their main tanks. They've lost their chance.
I mean, I think the nukes, the self-destructs we've been seeing as Area 2 have been absolutely fantastic. While they haven't always been finding the eliminations, they have always been at least finding value, buying space, allowing his team to survive. So humongous there, a double kill to salvage a fight that Cloudy had almost lost, unfortunately, and MMA Overwatch now with a lot less time on the bank, again going for an attempt.
They have the ults, they have the tank ult, as the charge is gonna get two, and the D.Va Bomb to pick up another, and that might be completely over for SRP. Jake, they've lost so many. They need to get some staggers in before this cart finishes the point. D.Va rolling in onto the cart. Shatter still online for the Reinhardt, ready to throw it out. They're just staggering onto point, waiting for the main force to come through, but that force will never come. MME Overwatch has delivered SRP Check their first map loss. And we're moving on to a tiebreaker.
That was a fantastic game of GOATs. Both these teams clearly practiced, clearly put plenty of time into scrimming this composition, and it really does show in the play that we've got. But in the end, MMA Overwatch just a smidgen better. They were caught with their pants down just a smidgen less, and because of that, then we're now tied 1-1. As you mentioned, First Blood has been drawn truly for SRP Check, and they are now just one map away from possibly even dropping into the lower bracket.
Yeah, and this is a team that was so heavily favored to be not even the dark horse. They were the favorite to go to the grand finals, and they're starting to sweat in top 8. It's not looking good for SRP Check. They're not out of it just yet, but this was not the time you expected them to start sweating, to start having to really dig deep. Because if they can't dig deep, oh boy, because we haven't seen them, Spec, tested like this. That's the thing. We haven't seen them tested.
And there's a second test coming up for them as well, because this next map has to be an assault map. That's right. 2CP is back. They have the choice of Hanamura, Temple of Anubis, and Volskaya Industries. And while they might be able to practice some of the heroes in the regular game, 2CP, this is a far cry away from Overwatch 2 as we know it now. Volskaya going to be where SRP Check decide to make their final stand to see if they can go any further in this upper bracket or have to make the devil of all lower bracket runs. And I haven't played 2CP in a while. I haven't thought about it in even longer. This is going to be so much fun.
Oh gosh. Yeah, it's been at least it's been almost 2 years since I've casted 2CP. Oh boy, Spec, I'm giddy. I'm so giddy. It's like going home. It's like coming back to your old childhood bedroom and going, oh, I hate this. I remember why this was insufferable. Because 2CP is so notorious, so drawn to just the draw. It's so drawn to just those really long games, the back and forth, that is just so incredibly insane, of just 4-4, 6-6, 8-8, and then draw because your time means nothing. But that's okay, because we're here for the long tall and with how close these teams are and how explosive their attacks are, we might be seeing some long games today, Spec.
I mean, only time will tell, but if time ends up being the deciding factor, then, I mean, one would think that maybe the little bit more experience that SRP Check have in competitions like this would, you know, cause them to be able to just edge out their opponents just a smidgen, but I mean, the same could be said of MMA Overwatch. They've played together as a unit for more than a little while now. They really do have that time, especially playing these GOATS comp as well. It's going to be really, really interesting seeing who does end up getting that victory. MMA Overwatch starting out on the defense. First point, remember, typically a gimme for the attacker. Second point is where the meat and potatoes of the map is as we get started.
And it's just a matter of how long it takes them to break this first hold. Oh, back in the cold Russian winter. Feels like that when I walk out my door this morning, but already the Rhine swearing off, taking the damage, but FLX the first to go down, and MME struggling now. They're not going to be able to defend for much longer as the point cap rolls through. A bit of contest from the Lucio, but he'll be getting taken out back by Admiral. A good play.
Not the end of the world for MMA, which they would have loved to burn more time here if they could, either by winning out fights or even just making that first one last a smidge longer, but that's all in the past now. They can only think about the future, and the future has shown that second point for Sky is an absolute devil to attack. Plenty of work for SRP Check to do on this attack. Yeah, 6 minutes is crazy.
6 minutes is absolutely nuts, but they have a lot of work to do. Time can be drained very, very quickly on this map. So we'll just have to see if they can break through as SRP Check already struggling. The Reinhardt going very low, gonna lose Cloudy. The Graviton Surge comes through from Vistola. The Diva Bomb as well. They need a big one, but they can't find a single solitary person. And MME Overwatch will send a pack in.
I'm not even sure I like the decision from SRP to invest the Grav and a couple other ults there. You know, after losing Cloudy, I mean, you're always going to get numbers disadvantage, but now with the respawns here, down a Diva, you have a 6 on 5.
Oh no, the Diva trying to respawn, trying to get that mech back, but now is going to have to fly in incredibly quickly. SRP Check on the front foot, the Shatter's going to come through onto the two most important players, the Rhine and the Zarya. Oh, the Brig getting the picks. It's not looking good. The D-Mech's the only thing that's coming through. Just some staggers in. It's the Rhine and the Zarya. Can they find a little more? They lose the Zarya. The beat tries to come in from the Lucio. There's just nothing there. Nothing that MME Overwatch can do. That is 4 minutes and I believe 56 seconds on the time bank for SRP Check. That is an explosive start. 4:36. More time than they started with. Oh boy.
I mean, after losing King's Row, then SRP Check must have been incensed because they come into this match swinging haymakers. 2 lightning fast fights. MME Overwatch only able to repulse a single one by the means of a single kill. I mean, the kill feed right now, the stats must look absolutely insane, but be as that may, MMA Overwatch now have plenty of work to do. There's surely no reality where they reach a similar time bank. Double caps were surely patched out of the game, but they're going to have to do that or do something very similar if they want to stay competitive with SRP Check, at least in terms of time bank. So plenty of pressure onto MME Overwatch now. They've been shown the pinnacle of what this comp can do on this attack, and now they're going to have to attempt to equalize it. By the looks of things, they're looking in the Moira Ghost here. They want that added sustain. They want the tempo that Coalescence can bring, but losing out on that Discord Orb for many and for MME Overwatch so far has been too big a loss to gain. So we're going to have to wait and see if this is the adaptation that allows them to get their win, that allows them to stay competitive with the best of the best, or if it's unfortunately a bit of a trip that ends up costing them more that they can bring to bear. But yeah, straight back over to the Zenyatta, just messing around with it in spawn, still have that in the pocket should they wish for it. SRP Check on the defense.
I think it's a smart move to keep the Zenyatta, but MME needs to be very, very smart. Rotating around the side, pushing through this door is going to be a tough proposition. They've shot themselves in a little bit, but MME getting that stun through. waiting for mistakes to come from SR Peak Check. They need that first pick. They need the over-aggression to come through from Cloudy so that they can punish it. The bubble comes through. They collapse onto the Reinhardt. Can they find the pick? No, it's going to be that pick right coming through. It's exactly what MME have been exploiting this entire time. Then the DMAC, and now the point presence. They do lose their Zenyatta, but not before they gain the world.
And again, first cap comes through pretty quick, as the way it often goes, just very hard for the defenders. You have spawned so far away, you don't really have an easily defensible choke. And SR Peak Check will lose their first fight pretty quick. MMA Overwatch just run them over again in the Rhine trade. Then Cloudy just gets taken down, caught a little bit out of sorts. And I mean, a pick like that, surely no chance at all for GOAT. So an attempt at the double cap comes through here. MMA Overwatch could still equalize or even best the timeout of SR Peak Check, but they need to go now.
They need to go now, and they need to go fast. They've got all the ults. They've got all the chance here. The snowball could roll right through Beat to respond, but the Diva Bomb takes out the Rhine, gets the DMAC. The Shatter will clean up the rest. This is what we were looking for. This is what we were waiting for. These two teams squaring up, throwing haymaker after haymaker after haymaker. And that's exactly what's happening. The stagger's going to come through, but that Diva's going to get DMAC'd. Throw in the Diva Bomb. It's just going to charge up the bubble. Just the waiting game now, it seems. Shatter's going to be blocked. Denied by MME. Nothing there. They do lose their Lucio, but they are not going to be there for long. That's a great fight from MME. And as these staggers burn away, that is point B, taken 2-2, and it is going to be SR Peak Check with the advantage, just barely. Oh no, it's going to be MME with 10 seconds advantage. Those 10 seconds are important, Spec.
I mean, they really could do in a comp that can play as fast as GOATs. I mean, before the match started, you were talking about going to extra innings pretty quick, and we're already there. And it feels like we've been in the map for only 5 minutes, but already both teams have completed. And if this pace continues, then we're on track to do that plenty times more. Of course, timeout has been knocked down to make it a little bit more even, to make sure we don't go to 8 and 8. Still a possibility, but I mean, SR Peak Check unfortunately made a couple of mistakes in that last fight, overlaying their support ults when they were grabbed and still not having shield to block the self-destruct. Some big mistakes, ones that MME Overwatch rightly punished them for. The attempt at the recontest was nice, using some great touches, tags from especially Ariel too, but Pistola as well, to stay alive long enough to everyone to get back. But they came back staggered. Cloudy Shatter as well, noticeably, is blocks, and with so many coins turning up tails for them, then yeah, MME Overwatch do get the flip. An extra 10 seconds going to be their lead, but will it be enough advantage here, or will the mechanical plays of SR Peak Check get them the win here?
Yeah, those 10 seconds as well. That advantage gets them the first defense in extra innings because they have that advantage. Now, SR Peak Check with a lot less time on the board, a lot less time in the bank. Can they break through once more? Can they repeat that round 1 performance now in round 3 as we start the push through? They're going in aggressive. It's exactly what we've seen from them. The brute force, the strength. That is why we have called them Achilles. We've got their Achilles heel, but we forget Achilles is a strong warrior, and so are SR Peak Check, finding these picks incredibly well. It's going to be scrappy. It's back and forth. Can they even up? If MME Overwatch evens up, that's a huge win. Diva Bomb thrown onto point and catches Pistola. That's a huge point there. Can they get back in time to stagger in? There's a chance, especially now with the Lucio. It's Diva Lucio v Diva Lucio, but the Reinhardt is coming right back in, pins the Lucio away. Wow.
That's spawn advantage right there, baby. SR Peak Check trade pretty much even Stevens with the MMA Overwatch, but because the spawn's just a smidgen faster for SR Peak Check, they're able to get first point caps. They're able to keep rolling here on Volskaya Industries, ults as well online for pretty much every player. So this next fight, K-Wing, with a minute left, it's going to have fireworks, a grab eaten!
Grab devoured by Ariel 2. What a plague. Diva Bomb thrown into the back, but it's not landing. Shatter right onto the Reinhardt. So much damage coming through. Cloudy goes down, They need something big, SRP check. The D-Bomb is not getting them what they need. The grab beaten away. So SRP check back on the back foot, but they're being chased down. They lose Vestola, and SRP check, they're struggling now. They lose Lucio.
And I think the really large Graviton used in Spawn, they really don't want to touch thing. Time's getting lower and lower. I believe we're about 20 seconds. So it should still be an attempt to touch. SRP check can go fast, and MMA Overwatch not going for that Spawn hold means that it's all but guaranteed. Those late staggers, that means that SRP check won't really be able to come back with a fighting 6. So going to be fighting for some concessions and numbers disadvantage. I think the touch has to be on Amber, has to be on their Lucio player. If they can get into a fight, they have some decent chances. With Rally coming close, Transcendence basically online. The shatter as well from Cloudy has to be huge. It's stunned!
Oh, it's stunned up! Taken out! Cloudy getting completely shut down. The Diva Bomb finding the Zen, and there's not even a single tick to roll through for MME. They defend point B well, and now comes the hard part. They have to get one tick on second point, and that is going to require Spec. They can't lose that Zarya on their attack. They cannot, because that's what went wrong for SRP check. They lost Vestola, and they couldn't snowball as effectively as we saw in round 1 and round 2.
I mean, that was absolutely so exciting, but SRP check again making the same mistake, overlaying those support ults, and still Cloudy going down. It's been one of the big things that has been causing them to lose fight wins there, and Emily Overwatch more than strong enough to exploit it. But I mean, we know exactly where the buck stops now, Kevin. So only 2 minutes more or less left on Volskaya, left in this series. Else we go to a map for SRP check to win. They need to hold on first point. Nothing else will get them a win here. If first point goes, then they have to fight either to lose, to go to that lower bracket, or for a draw to extend play. So, I mean, it's going to be, all the pressure's on. All the pressure is on. And so far, these defenses, especially at first, what we've been seeing from SRP Chick, have not been strong. Cloudy cannot get caught out once again.
No, Cloudy needs to stay alive. Those are the two crucial picks. If Cloudy gets picked off early for SRP check, or if the Zarya gets picked at all for MME Overwatch, it might be curtains for these teams as they're going that side route, they're going that tricky route, but they lose the Zen immediately, and now they're caught out in no man's land. The D.Va gonna get pinned away and shunted right into the icy, freezing waters.
I mean, losing Zen early is a bit of a positional mistake in my mind. You know, should not be that close to the choke. Your tanks, your more beefy members should be walking out first, but Cloudy heard me, putting the pressure onto him, and it comes up huge there, taking care of the Zen. Great pin onto the D.Va, knocking off the map, and of course the final blow as well on the attempt to chase from Bonnie. So SRP check, a good first start, but a re-engage here from MMA Overwatch, it again needs to be put down.
It needs to be put down, but SRP check, Cloudy has the shatter. Is he waiting and wait?
Oh.
5 people caught up, shut down that entire fight, taken out. MME, we saw them being so clever and cunning. Where are their tricks now?
I mean, SRP said they've stopped playing around. They finally stopped playing with their food by the looks of things, and MMA Overwatch have not been able to respond to fight wins taken in as many minutes, and we're now getting low on time. MMA Overwatch realistically have one last very good attempt to defend, and SRP have the ults advantage heading into even this one.
And now another wraparound from MME. They're wrapping around on this right side, trying to go directly to the high ground over point. They do have the time to wait on this. They have the time to build up some ults, and they're going to need them. The SRP check are just waiting. A very aggressive play by the Lucio, but now the rally comes through. MME, they're waiting. They need this to keep their hopes alive, to keep this upper bracket going. There's the raid boss coming in from SRP check. They're dropping all the ults. The shatter from MME. One, Vestola goes down. That usually heralds disaster for SRP check. Can they keep it going? Shatter lands onto 2 tanks, and it's not enough. MME Overwatch, they played so tough, so rough and tumble, but in the end, not even the weaknesses of SR Peak Check were enough to take them down. MME Overwatch drops to lower bracket, and SR Peak Check moves on, but they are very, very mortal.
Yeah, I mean, battered and bruised are SR Peak Check, but at the end of the day, victorious all the same. It was so back and forth, so close. Either team could have taken it, and really it was just a fight's difference between the two. But at the end of the day, SR Peak Check are the ones who get the victory here. But I mean, on the lower bracket run, MME Overwatch is going to be a humongous obstacle for any team to attempt to overcome, and I'm saying it right here, these two teams could well rematch it in the finals, and that will be an absolutely electric match for us to witness.
100%. MME Overwatch has really found something big with SR Peak Check. They took advantage of Cloudy going in so deep, and maybe, just maybe, even if MME couldn't do it, even if they couldn't close out that series, someone else just might. They might have discovered that fatal flaw. They might have discovered that small little defect, that small little reactor port that could bring this entire team to its knees. So maybe, just maybe, SR Peak Check, their days might be numbered.
I'm not so sure about that, but we can only wait and see. That was our second game of the day. I believe we have more coming up in just a little bit, but until then, we're going to head to a short break.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we.
Keeping it rolling with SR Peak Check. Welcome back to the stream. Still KOing here with still Spectreon, and we're rolling in to top 8. We've got SR Peak Check, and they're facing off against a team that confuses and frightens me. It's Smelvin in your area.
No comment. What a username. What a team name. And I mean, they've got this deep in the tournament. They've played some very strong opponents, notably 2-0 defeat over Galera Esports just in the previous round, and they are the next in the conga line of opponents to attempt to assail SR Peak Check, who have just been meant to bleed. But we can take a moment to take a look at the bracket, which is shaping up rather nicely here.
Yeah, we have 4 left in that upper bracket. You got the German Crusaders facing off against Oblivion, and I believe that's happening on our second stream. And then we got our wonderful SR Peak Check and Smelvin in your area. We've also already had our first 4 eliminations with the 1-2-1 Moneymakers, Bunda Brothers, Dragons Yokai, and KSA notably getting taken out 2-0 in that lower bracket. We also have those teams moving on to face off. MME Overwatch taking on S-Goats in the lower bracket. So we'll have to see if they can keep it rolling or if we're going to see some surprises, because KSA getting taken off that quickly is quite the surprise.
It just speaks to what quality of talent we have in this tournament. And I mean, the talent we have going ever deeper is the ones we have to think about now, though. Smelvin in your area. I mean, what can we say about them? They claim, or in fact, they don't claim, but it looks like their name was formed after a combination of Smelvin Industries and Phantom in your area. I quite like Smelvin Industries, I can't lie. That goes hard.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, Smelvin Industries sounds like a company. I would seriously consider getting a Smelvin Industries branded whatever a Smelvin. I feel like Smelvin Industries would make like really good like air freshener. Like, yeah, I got my Smelvin Industries Smelvin, yeah.
What are you talking
Going to
about?
Ilios first. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure, but we're going to Ilios first, and
Listen, okay, the fun thing with Ilios when it comes to GOATs is how the teams decide to play around those high grounds, you know, especially on Lighthouse. Those are always going to be really, you know, a big stylistic difference, because you can put your Zen on the high ground, but it's going to be incredibly easy to assail with those divas. So, you know, seeing if they just stack low ground, those positionings in general, I think makes Ilios a very fun map, but it does come to GOATs. Also the well, an ever-present feature here. No tank passive, as well as having both Diva, Brigitte, and Lucid who can boot, means that there's plenty of sacrifices that the Void is waiting for. But as the spawn doors unlock, it's exactly the same as we've been seeing all day. Entirely standard 3-3 GOATs. Zenyatta, Reinhardt, everything as it would be expected. SR Peak Check versus Smelvin in your area gets started by the cage.
And SR Peak Check with that patented trademark aggression we've seen so much of this entire day, cleaving through so many. The Zen first taken out, a bit of a positional error. Pistola going wild in the backline, already taken out 2. And they'll clean up the rest. That's our Peak Check with an explosive start.
They concede the 1, but they get first cap in pretty quick order, and already we've spoken about how getting first cap is especially valuable, not only in Overwatch in general, especially to these GOATS teams. So they are going to be very comfortable with where they are, and immediately they're holding forward, just forcing Smelvin in your area into as tight a choke as they can manage, because they know that that's where the Rhino is going to get the most value.
That they do, playing on this corner, making sure that Smelvin doesn't have any cover to play around, jumping around and ready with that shatter, but doesn't even need it. The Graviton Surge will do them just fine. Even the Transcendence can't keep them alive. There's the shatter, but LH Cloudy landing on 2. The beat won't save the Zen, but they're going to trade out Zenyatta's. It'll still be advantage going the way of SR Peak Check, as that Zarya is gonna be really struggling, but she stays alive.
I mean, the big win here for SRP Check is not only winning out the fight, but it's doing it so cheaply. Only having to use the Grav and the Shatter means that they're still coming into this next fight with 4 check marks online. The same could not be said of their adversaries. So Smelvin in your area, it's been really hard to get value out of these tankles when you've got double support ults ready to defend against.
Early rally coming in from the Brig, so incredibly powerful, could take on the Reinhardt and just will. Diva Bomb thrown high in the sky. Both bombs going to take out one support on their own, but it is big advantage for SRP Check. It's Cloudy coming up to the Shatter. The Diva goes down, and Cloudy's ready to unleash this, looking toward the spawn doors, but won't have the opportunity to touch them just yet. Has to take care of this Reinhardt, and will do so. There's the Shatter. There's the spawn door. Goodbye and good night, says SRP Check.
I mean, Cloudy is 3 for 3 in spawn doors touched per series, so I think that shows a little bit about exactly how aggressive SRP Check is. And the Smelvin in your area were just not able to keep up with the tempo that SRP Check like to set. So, well, what a clean 1-0. And onto Lighthouse. I think a lot of this point will be about who gets control first. Not even who wins out the first fight, but if you can get set up inside the point, then you're going to be incredibly hard to crack out. That very few angles that are easily accessible to a GOATS comp that can really allow you to force out any opponent. So plenty of pressure onto whoever's caught on the outside looking in, and probably a free 50-60% to whoever gets set up first.
Yeah, and like we said, it's so difficult to push through when we're talking about first point capture, as both these teams, it's Smelvin getting set up at that middle point, but it's SRP Check getting set up on the main point. Now trying to push into this Lighthouse is going to be very difficult, especially with the Brig lost. They just have nothing. The Zen goes down. Even taking out Cloudy will not get them a thing, Smelvin. It's SRP Check to take first point.
That it is, and that means that there has a devil of a task for Smelvin in your area to try and unseat them. Not only are they going to be behind in pretty much every metric in Zarya charge and ultimates, and also their positioning is going to be rough, as well as the point percentage ticking up. Plenty of pressure actually makes Vestola sweat, but will be able to escape with his life.
And Vestola staying alive again. The Zaryas keeping that charge so important as the grab online, but it's already a Brig gone. Vestola's ready to rain destruction, and that's a team kill for SRP.
And that's a filthy Graviton Surge there that allows SRP Check to wipe out Smelvin in your area in a single ultimate. There's plenty online still here, and they want to keep pressing their advantage.
Oh, that's so devastating. The Shatter gonna land onto 2. They'll take out Vestola, Smelvin, and only 1 landed from Cloudy. So now it's just a bit of stall before Smelvin in your area will take the point back. And right as he said, right around 50-60%.
I mean, it was a lovely attempt from SRP Check to go aggressive to catch Smelvin in your area unawares, but they're able to respond just a little bit better. Regrouping now our SRP Check to be able to recontest as quickly as they would like. They still have ults to do it, double support ults, the big ones here, and the rally as well for SRP Check could be big.
Oh, early Graviton Surge out from Smelvin. No picks coming through. That Transcendence, a really great response. Transcendence used aggressively for Smelvin. Not sure if they really want to do that with that grab from Vestola coming right up. There it goes. Shatter out, lands onto 2 supports, but no picks can come through. The peel is there for SRP Check, and that point will be flipping right back.
Yeah, I mean, not too much percentage accrue for Smelvin in your area, and SRP Check straight back to winning ways here. They can get closer and closer, and instantly they're going again for one of those forward holes that they are so fond of. Shatter online as well for Cloudy, and using the shield peeking tech, it means he knows exactly when to swing and exactly when to drop the hammer.
Charging back onto the point, I thought he was going to try and go for a bumper move and hide and wait and hit the Shatter onto everyone, but no. Early self-destruct from SRP Check. Not going to find any picks, but really going to force Smelvin into the fire. Raid boss coming through from Cloud, and Smelvin in your area answering that call. SR Peak check stunned up. A boop comes through. It's going to land. The break getting taken out. Aggressive. There's the shatter. Not landing onto the soul. Well, that's actually land on the Zarya. Zarya, though, going to get that Graviton Surge eaten up. It's SR Peak check. Landing all the hits. The boop out of the way from that charge. It's still SR Peak check with the advantage. DMAC comes through. And only one Diva taken out for SR Peak check means it's going to be tough for Smelvin to re-engage. The Shatter is online. They do get stunned up. The deployment's there, but no piss can come through. Not a single pick. And SR Peak check shows their dominance on control. Unanswered so far.
I mean, that's a quick victory back, especially after we saw SRP Chat really just get, battered and bloodied in that previous series. They bring the heat to Smelvin in your area, and Smelvin really were just constantly displaced off the point, and when they attempted to get any closer than SRP Check there to sweep their legs out from under them. Again, fantastic graviton there from Vestoa to absolutely wipe them out, and Smelvin in your area now have to pick a hybrid map to defend their upper bracket run from SRP Check.
And that's a scary proposition. SRP Check have shown how good they can be on hybrid maps, but I think we've made the joke about Kings Row, and I think that's going to stand again. Kings Row is just the way to do it when we're talking about GOATs, when we're talking about this Reinhardt composition. There's not a lot of high ground to worry about. I will say it's interesting, though, when we think about Kings Row as a rush map, it's a map that the GOATs style is favored on, but that's when we're talking about an open tournament where you're allowed to play anything, like dive. So I think an interesting move in this tournament could be to load up on some other map and bring it out and maybe surprise your opponent. I mean, it would be really cool to see. We're not going to see it because, we're going to Kings Row, but maybe one day we'll see some people play not Kings Row. Today won't be that day, I suppose.
Yeah, we're going to speak to some people and get Kings Row removed from map pools because this is
no.
This is getting to some silly, goofy territory.
I love Kings Row though.
I mean,
Kings
I love to play it.
It's such a good map, and there's a reason why it's so popular, Stack.
Because everyone is so patriotic for glorious United Kingdom.
Try again. And also, wouldn't it be Queens Row now?
Would it?
Why is it Kings Row?
I don't know. I don't think there's a place for
Kings
Row in London.
Well, it was Kings Row before. Why is there no Queen? Why is there no Queens Row? Answer that, society. But anyway, New Queen Street is in Canada. Producer Rhino.
Okay, so what do we? Goats. They're playing goats. Let's talk about goats. Something in your area. There's Darcy out on the defense. Absolutely no change there. Nobody has wanted to go for any of the variations. The only time I've seen a swap from this has been once in spawn. I believe Ghost 91 went onto the Ana for an attempt to recontest on Volskaya second, but it has been few and far between. Everyone agrees that the Zenyatta variation is the best. And it's exactly what we're seeing again. Remember, all of these fights on Kings Row first have been lightning fast. We'll see if Smelvin in your area can slow the pace down and make that not the case.
And that's what they need to do generally against SRP Check, slow the pace down. SRP Check, they thrive in these quick fights, and that's exactly what they're going to take. A quick push, 100 charge up on this Zarya, needs to stay alive, but can't. Just gets taken down, and Cloudy's gonna run through the entirety of Smelvin in your area. Gonna have almost 6 minutes on the time bank.
Yeah, no change here. SRP Check came, they saw, and they conquered. I mean, they didn't even have to cross a river this time, just sprinting into the front line. Smelvin in the area crumbled like a house of cards. This time back absolutely dirty, a second less than 6 minutes. and a stagger kill as well means that for Melvin in your area, things are quickly turning from bad to worse.
It's completely going wrong for Smelvin, especially since they're taking this fight so deep in their own territory, with the advantage going completely towards SR Peak Check. The snowball on their side is going to be very, very tough for them to keep pushing through. Vistola is so high charged, has the Graviton, and is going to use it to great effect. Already the Brig gone, the beat can't save them, can't bring them back. Vistola going to get stunned up. Even the grab going to get eaten. The few ults that Smelvin can get, no effect on SR Peak Check, and their inevitable, it seems, push.
I mean, Smelvin did try to mount a defense there, but an absolute fly on the windscreen there. SR Peak Check simply swat them, and Payload is going to keep on pushing forward. Rowdy and Co can begin to establish forward here, just try and slow this walk of Smelvin as quickly as possible. And Smelvin don't really have any good ults to initiate with. They only have the Transcendence and the Self-Destruct, at least until this rally comes online. So it's a rough spot for them. They don't have any of the ults they'd want, but rally pops, at least there's an attempt for it.
Yeah, early rally, they need to push forward. They need to get those early picks. Self-destruct thrown in, but it's thrown in right in front of them, not behind. Now SR Peak Check, 2 ults used to not a lot of effect. They can re-engage very, very quickly, as we don't really know where they are. They've disappeared, taking that fight in aggressing very fast, pardon. Reinhardt doesn't get that beat as quickly as maybe he wanted. Both Transcendences out for these teams as the aggression comes through. Vistola finding the first pick. Shatter's gonna land onto 3. And Smelvin in your area, it seems they can't stop the rocking. It's gonna be almost 4 minutes. It's gonna be more than 4 minutes on the clock for SR Peak Check.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking dominant right now for SR Peak Check. Plenty of time to keep on pushing. Realistically, the only stops that Smelvin in your area has managed to get is because SR Peak Check hadn't finished clearing them out yet. So another attempt here to try and get something going, but they need to get something, else it's going to be a nigh insurmountable time bank to fight against.
And immediate Graviton from Vistola, but the Shatter's gonna stun them up. A really great counter shatter from Smelvin. They're gonna get their breath back. They're gonna get a moment's rest.
It took them a while though, but in the end, yeah, any sort of stop, absolutely fantastic for them. SR Peak Check, I mean, they were really just beginning to accelerate towards finishing up with a frankly ridiculous time bank, but great shatter coming through from the Reinhardt means that Smelvin in your area at least have a chance here. They're wanting to increase the tempo here.
That rally and the Graviton, and Vistola's taken out again. Even the Transcendence overwhelmed in the face, so much damage, but there's the shatter, the aggression from SR Peak Check to push in, but they still lose Cloudy. They can't get it, so they have to get back.
And back they do. There's an attempt at a self-destruct, but this will buy more space than anything else. Maybe Arians, who would have wanted a little bit more value from that particular ultimate, but SR Peak Check now at least can push back out. They can establish on some longer sightlines, and they can begin to get into more even Stevens engagement.
SR Peak Check using that early rally. The shatter from Smelvin knocked off the map. Admiral showing them what for, and that is SR Peak Check getting right back on the ground.
I mean, they did. I mean, the Ryan was so close to getting the follow-up there
From the 3-man shatter, but the boop there was so fantastic. There's an attempt to get a stagger here, and while it looks like it won't succeed, then Crowley's only getting closer and closer to the Earth Shatter.
Early rally coming from Smelvin. There's the Graviton Surge and the Transcendence. Shatter is online. There goes the Graviton Surge eaten up. Smelvin can't get that utility. That big ult is gone. Self-destruct into the back to clean up the pilot form Diva. It's going to be a massive, massive time bank on the board for SR Peak Check. I think that's 2 minutes and 34 seconds. What a completion. SR Peak Check looking scary. I got it.
I mean, Smelvin and Ura did get, again, a pretty good stop on second point, but considering that's happened twice now for SR Peak Chip, then maybe they should consider, whether it's a map issue for them or it's, a team thing, something they need to consider about how they play it a little bit more. But either way, I mean, a relatively small pebble in the road was that stop for SR Peak Chip, who just kept on rolling over and Smelvin in your area. I mean, tough task to try and equalize this time back. Definitely possible, though, if they just play consistently, play well, play strongly, but I mean, so far, and in this series, SR Peak Chip has been the one getting better at this engagement. It feels like, 9 times out of 10, so plenty of pressure onto the 6 players highlighted in blue. SR Peak Chip looking very strong right now, and now all they have to do is defend.
That is all they have to do. Just the defense is going to send them to winners finals. If they can do that, they punch their ticket, and they have got a really good road ahead of them. They're looking dominant so far. Everything coming up. SR Peak Check. Smelvin in your area. They have a mountain in front of them, ready and waiting to climb. And they have got to start on King's Row with an incredible attack. They need to shut down the aggression of SR Peak Check, and we'll have to see if they can as their Lucio goes low. Gets shut down immediately. The right click from Vistola, just him shutting down Smelvin in your area. That optimism with the doors opening, shut down on an instant.
Good idea, I think, from Smelvin in your area. Once they lost their first numbers, just run in, try and force a trade onto maybe Cloudy, but not to be. And Stagger comes through as well. So Smelvin in your area, their first attempt does not pay off, and SR Peak Check already have the heat onto Max. Just holding the spawn doors and making sure that no one can even attempt to leave.
They're holding the high spawn door too. This is so incredibly BM from SR Peak Check. Both Divas going to go down. These trades are not favorable for SR Peak Check. They're way further back, but somehow the Divas getting multiple picks. Somehow Smelvin has to back up. They can't win the fight.
Yeah, they're really struggling with it, and it's pushing back in. At least they have made some space, at least having left the initial courtyard, but still plenty left to do. And even with the frozen spawns, they're really struggling to do it.
Shatter is gonna land onto 2. Beat has to be used to keep him alive. Diva Bomb into the back is gonna take out Vistola. There's the Graviton Surge. The last thing Vistola left is not gonna land them any kills. They need to take out this Zarya, but they lose their Brig before that can happen. So SR Peak Check, they're just stalling for time now as the Zen's going to go down, but they're immediately traded back. And Smelvin in your area finally have the opening they need.
Oh, allowing the Divas to live there is absolutely huge. Allows SR Peak Check maybe an attempt to recontest if they want to. Either way, it's support ults, charge donated to their backline. That's what they desperately need. Indeed, there is a recontest here. Can Smelvin in your area rebuff this?
It's possible. The stun comes in, both shatters right into shields. Diva Bomb thrown in, Admiral the first to fall. And the beat comes in, no beat on the side of SR Peak Check to keep him alive. They do get the grab E. So incredible, the rally comes out, but it's immediately shut down. Oh, the Brig gets taken out for Smelvin. They don't have a chance. There's the Fire Strike, takes out the Brig of SR Peak Check. Is it going to be enough? The beat is there, Admiral going to use it. It's gonna land onto 4 of them. But SR Peak Check, they need the picks. Shatter thrown in, doesn't land very well. 2 down for SR Peak Check from the Shatter. Smelvin opens it up. 2 picks from the Lucio. And there you go. Ripped. So close.
That was an absolute slog, but in the end of the day, SR Peak Check are dislodged, but I mean, it took absolutely everything. Heroic efforts, micro plays, and everything in between from Smelvin in the area to knock them off of their perch. And ult's still online for both sides means that the going does not get any easier for Smelvin in your area as they try to push through second. Don't really have enough of an advantage to go for any sort of hyper-aggressive hold, so just consigned to fighting even Stevens. And so far, it hasn't really been going their way, so plenty of pressure still. Smelvin in your area, grabs exchange, but so far no one falling.
Big grab coming out from Smelvin, but they just can't find the damage. No beat used. And there's the grab from Vestola. Smelvin so drained. The Diva Bomb. It's going to be the Diva getting taken out. That Pilot not able to survive. Vestola dishing out the damage. There's the Diva Bomb. Has that personal bubble to tank through it. Charging up so much ult. But there's the Reinhardt going down. But all the picks going the way of Smelvin. They're keeping it rolling. Keeping alive.
Long fight, but in the end of the day, Smelvin in your area take their consecutive fight. They keep pushing forward, and that's going to make them feel a lot more comfortable heading into what could even be Streets phase. I have to say, I would love some more aggression here. Yeah, you maybe not full on numbers, but you have a large advantage over SRP at least early on. So, wanting to press that there would be lovely, but instead they just wait and fight the 6-on-6 on the point.
Early rally from Smelvin. He's going to give them that armor, going to beef them up. But the grab gets devoured again. Ariel is just reading Smelvin so incredibly well. The picks are going to roll right through. Diva taken down, and that's going to be a staggering.
I mean, they realistically are just going to wait for the Diva to walk, towards the cliff, because there's no reason not to, almost. Even body blocking with the Rhine, doing everything they can to get this stagger going. And yeah, not long for this world. There's a stagger there, and Ghost 91 as well gets the better of the Zengil. Adam unfortunately not able to compete. That's happening off screen. And that's a massive advantage as well for SRP check. They've been through a spawn hold before. They're going for it again by the looks of things.
That they are, and they take out the Zarya immediately. And the Transcendence is drawn out from Smelvin to no effect. They're just losing these support ults left and right.
I mean, just hemorrhaging them, really. Smelvin in your area, time out getting lower and lower, and before they even begin contesting for the objective, they have to contest SRP check.
They have to face this hold. It's been so devastating against every team they've faced on King's Row. The Diva Bomb comes in, the Shatter into the shield. Shatter goes down. I'm telling you, this is so overstimulating right now. It's such a tiny choke, such a nice edge for both these teams. A single thing could turn it around. There's the Graviton Surge, the rally as well from Smelvin. First pick onto the Brig. The Shatter canceled out. And that's our peak check. Cannot thrive once more.
I mean, I'd love to tell you what happened in that fight, but honestly, I couldn't. I haven't the foggiest idea. What I can tell you, though, is, the after effects. Smelvin in your area, they're on the objective. They're cruising towards the end of second point, but SRP Check do have maybe a chance to try and get a recontest. And if they do, they would be maybe not largely advantaged, but they have a decent shot in it. Here they are. They're going for it now.
Ooh, the stun. Both Shatters thrown out. A massive stun from Smelvin. They have the chance. SRP Check lost their Reinhardt. The push has to come through, taking out Admiral, and they get the point. They have a new lease on life.
The payload keeps on rolling, but I believe already it's not a great time available for Smelvin in your area. SRP Check already with an advantage, but depending on how they play in the next couple of minutes, that's going to define exactly how much beaten line, of course, for the Lucio. But into all this damage, then it's not the only ultimate that's required to live through the onslaught of power that Ghost can bring. Rally pop for both sides so far, though, just exchanging shots in the neutral.
Yeah, not really going in, but the rally canceled out. SRP Check losing their Brig, losing their Lucio. Smelvin in your area has an opportunity. Transcendence is down too, and it is going to allow them to get that pick now in a 4v5 situation. SRP Check still needs more. Another rally thrown out. Vestola gone. The Zarya is out. They can't have anything else. Not going to get that fight, and the cart is going to keep moving. They just need to drain that minute off, Spec.
And that's all they're really trying to do at this point. They know that they don't even have to take good fights. As long as they can keep these fights going for a long while, then there's nothing really that Smelvin in the area can do, just kind of how the game mode works. So walking out the door, Smelvin in the area not going for any sort of aggressive hold, just respecting their opponents. We'll see if that comes back to bite them.
Shatter is going to come through, immediately blocks. Smelvin uses the Shatter. Vestola with the ult, nearly throwing off that Reinhardt. Overtime has ticked over. The point does start to move. Can they keep this contest going? SRP Check. Burst the Lucio down, but traded out. That Graviton Surge eaten again. That's such a massive play by Ariel. It's still not enough, it seems. SRP check, their numbers dwindling. The trades coming through. They have a very short spawn distance, though. They might be able to overwhelm with these trades, but they're still losing people. And round 2 complete means that SRP check did not get the defense, but it is a forced draw for Smelvin. There is nothing they can do here that can guarantee them a win. They just have to defend for 2.5 minutes to get themselves a chance to move forward.
Yeah, a lose or draw scenario really not where Smelvin in your area I think wanted to be, but I mean it keeps them alive in the series at least. So they're gonna have to count their small blessings, their silver linings, and SRP I think kicking themselves. They weren't able to close it out in the end of King's Row just there. So gonna have to go straight back to the first point to go once again. SRP check has to cap but a single third. And this is quite advantageous for them actually. Their weak side really has been their defense if you ask me. And not having to play that defense again means that they're going to have a large advantage heading into this final round of King's Row. So Smelvin in the area, they're going to have to pull their pants up, as it were. They're going to have to really focus in, dial in, because this next 2.5 minutes is everything.
It is everything. If SRP check get that one tick they need, they move on to winners finals. But if they can't do it, then it's all going to Smelvin, and they have that opportunity to keep pushing forward. SRP check, they have all the cards in their hands. Let's see if they can play them down. If they can get a royal flush. Right now, they've been having some struggles, as that's going to be a big stun onto Cloudy. The charge knocked away, and they're being taken down. What a play! Both groups coming through to save these Reinhardts, as Azaria going to get taken out by self-damage. Smelvin losing their most important player other than the Rhine, and that's the only pick they get is onto Cloudy. The beat thrown out in more of celebration to say SRP check is moving on to winners finals, and Smelvin in your area. Well, I guess our area is lower bracket.
That it is an SRP check just continuing to careen towards the finals. They look fantastic every time they put up to the test, and Melvin did, test them on King's Row. A great comeback from there. Unfortunately, lackluster performance on Elios, but not enough. SRP check just too strong, and right now they are looking on championship caliber.
That they are. They had that small little bit of stagger in that last match, but you could have convinced me that that was a hallucination, because they came out swinging. They came out in this top 4 in the winner's semis looking elite, looking like the championship caliber team that we all so expected from them. And honestly, you have to wonder if there's any team that can stand up to this level of play besides MME Overwatch. They're the only teams that we have seen take a map off this squad so far, and for good reason too. LH Cloudy and Vestola as a duo is a scary proposition, and the 4 players surrounding them are no slouches either. Oh my gosh, this team is scary, I tell you what.
Yeah, but coming up next, I believe we do have Hunter Tane and Loki will be covering the lower bracket matches. It means it's been all from us, K-Wing and Spectrum today. It's been an absolute blast, so we'll see you guys around. Stay frosty and stay catty, and meow?
Meow. 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 Meow.
crazy, Malin. I'm not crazy, Malin. I've just been in a very bad mood for 40 years. 40 years.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
Welcome back, everybody, here to CGL's EU GOATS tournament. And so far, it has been one heck of a day thus far. A lot of teams already gone through eliminations. A couple of teams already securing their spot within the winners finals. But today, low-key, we have a match between Namaste and the Men Telgen. And this right here is a lower bracket elimination match. So whoever loses here, they are out for good. So the winner will move on to face a Smelvin in your area. So a lot is on the line within this matchup.
Yeah, as you can see here, both of these teams have gone through a lot to get to this point. Megaloten's actually already won a loser bracket. Meanwhile, Namaste, they've been here since round 1 loser bracket, fighting their way to get back to these loser finals. Thus far, they haven't dropped a map about it, so I'm pretty excited to see how they do here. Both of these teams looking incredibly strong. I'm looking at both of their rosters. They look amazing. Sadly, we can't show you the rosters because of 6v6 GOATs, but both of them are immensely strong. Depsy is a player that you should definitely be looking out for on, Mental Gen. On the other side here, Dino, Stellas, Naga, also players that you should really, really be aware of going into this match. They're both locked and loaded teams, honestly. I'm surprised that we find them here in the lower bracket, but I'm not going to complain about the match we have on lock.
Yeah, not at all. And to be fair, it does come to a little bit of unluckiness. Namaste went directly into MME in the very first round. That is one of the worst case scenarios you could have, unfortunately, which MME right now actually is over in the, still in the lower bracket as well, which is a little crazy to think about at this point in time. We'll figure out who they'll be fighting. You can watch that over on the CGL2 channel. So if you watch double GOATs, that's what I'd be doing right now. But for the time being, we are on one. And to start us off, to kick us off here, of course, we know the first map every single time, and we are going to be heading to the lovely, lovely land of Ilios, which I talk about this map a little bit as this isn't the most traditional style GOATS map. This is the one you pick when you were running a GOATS composition back in 2019. There's a lot of high ground, a lot of weirdly open areas. It's not super ideal, but you have to make the best of it.
Yeah, this is one of the maps where, bringing out the Winston isn't the most unheard of thing on both Ruins and on Lighthouse. It's somewhat more common to bring that out. On something like Well, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we just saw normal go on Goats. I don't think we've seen too much Winston regardless, so yeah, I would expect to still see the Rhine, as you see right there on your screens. Yep. But as you said, the high ground and stuff becomes really, really important on this map. Your D.Va is going to have a lot more work when they have to contest with something like the Zen on high ground, or if, a Zarya just sets up on the high ground and starts beaming grinds below them. We really want to see the D.Vas being super active within these plays. This whole tournament long, we've seen D.Vas be the big playmakers regardless, so assuming that keeps up here, shouldn't be too terribly of a big deal trying to deal with the high ground, but always an extra factor to put into play, especially when your D.Va can't be DMing the Reinhardt because they have to go deal with another problem.
Yep, and Namaste making the choice to rotate onto the high ground, likely just waiting for the right time to jump down and disrupt the rotation. I totally imagine that's going to be the case because, just to keep holding the high ground. Here comes the very aggressive pin. Nev's going to be able to survive for the time being. Plenty of heals to be able to do so, but it's a great stun back from Natsuki to take them down for that moment, but unfortunately, it is going to result in them and Dino being taken out the fight, going the mate of Nentelgen, and they will be able to take over the point and get that first cap here in a moment.
I always love seeing anytime you can put a Reinhardt on the ground, but the worry that comes with it is a lot of the time, if you're a Brig putting the Reinhardt on the ground, that means you're up playing where a Reinhardt should be, and Brig isn't that tanky. She's got a lot to him, but look at this little movement here. Mental Gen wanting to take this one quickly into this next fight, keep the momentum on.
Yeah, they realized they want to rotate back to the high ground, so you're going to take the aggressive fight. Why not? Eventually, going to get out some resources, so they are going to drop off eventually, make their way back to the point just a little bit, as already we see a lot of ultimates coming online from Mental Gen. Literally going to have 5 different ultimates for this fight alone. Namaste still trying to get over to something like the grab, like the shadow that's coming online right now. And I imagine a lot of Qs are going to be used very shortly. Here comes the grab to shut things up. The beat on top of that, as well as the Transcendence to make sure that everyone stays alive. That should be the first one down. The Shatter gotta catch on to 4 different people. Pixels gonna be the first one to go down. It is an all-out brawl right now, but eventually it's looking like Mental Gen are gonna be able to keep themselves in it. They just need to get rid of Stelios as well as GBD, and that Shatter comes out. And the Shatter almost comes to a waste, as Dino going to be the last one to fall. Mental Gen, after all those ultimates, managed to hold on.
Yeah, really, really long fight there, but it all kicks off, most importantly, with Pure Iris falling there because of Unto. I think that really goes to show how much you need that D.Va DM in order to keep your team alive, especially in a situation like that Bird grab right there. If you've lost your D.Va, so much of the protection and the aggression you can get from your right is gone, but this time, Helmer Drake gets caught out before we even get going.
Yeah, and that means Mental Gen loses all of their ability to be able to rotate around fast, and once you lose that, the ability to play the Ghost combination just becomes less and less viable, and now we will see the last little bit of stalling onto that point. Mental Gen will still get a fantastic 90%, but Namaste with an opportunity to take over.
Yeah, you can see how much you need that speed there with Unto. Getting caught out on the angle. Normally, Lucio just speeds over to them, gives them the taxi, gives them the boop, gets on out. This time not happening is Pure Iris falling low. Once again, you're going to see already there's the...
Yeah, and not going to use that Transcendence to make sure everybody stays alive, and Nev is coming up very close to their own Shatter. Going to have it online, but Dino is actually going to take them off the map, I believe, with that pin. And just like that, that fight is over. Namaste really only going to have to use 2 during that fight, so you're still going to have your Bomb, your Shatter, your B, your Rally. There's still a lot of tools left for them for this next fight.
Yeah, a lot of tools left on the table. The main thing we're going to be looking for is that Rally in the start of the fight, and then the Bomb Shatter, the ever-popular combo. Throw the Bomb at the back line. Once the Reinhardt turns, make them all fall to the ground. If it works perfectly, you get 6. It's going to be really, really interesting to see how it plays around here with both teams having that combo online.
You see the 4 of the time being. Mental Gen going to be dropping down. The Shatter comes through, but it's not going to find anybody. And now Dino with it on their own hands. The Bomb looking to find somebody, but we see the Transcendence in return to be able to counteract as the Shatter comes through. It's basically going to catch on to no one. The pin, the same thing either. It's just going to get counteracted, and Dino's just going to get drained away. Eventually, Unto does manage to get taken down, but it is Mental Gen that is taking back over this fight, and now Namaste needs to hit a very quick reset because it's going to be... They're going to go in. Transcendence, only a couple people on this point, just try to stall it and survive for as long as they can, but eventually the point is going to fade away, and now, after you lose Nut, I don't know who is viably going to be able to touch this point now.
Yeah, but you don't really have a choice there with how late this is. This fight's just going to keep going, though. It's going to be the D.Va first in while Dino falls. That's not what you want to see. Maybe Stella's can find something there?
Oh, no. They're keeping it alive for a good little while, considering its goals. They're keeping that stall going. But at the end of the day, it really is just trickling in little by little, and nobody's making it back this time. Mentalgen able to bring it back, take the first round over here, and now I'm loving the back and forth between these teams because a lot of the times within, you know, just Overwatch in general, we will see this bit of back and forth with, oh, they win this fight, oh, but the other team wins this one. It was a very long while where, oh, we won 3 or 4 fights, and then the other team comes back and wins 3 fights. I think that's a slightly different pace than we're used to, but I love to see it from these teams.
Yeah, it's feeling a lot more of a ping pong than we normally get, a lot more of a rally with both of these teams trading off back and forth, and I could not be more excited. I always say that Control is really, really different than a lot of the other map types that we get because it, you know, allows for a little bit of that ping ponginess. You can see it really, really, you know, blatantly with that objective overhead. And this time, Control, very, very meaningful as it's only a first to 2. So if you win this one, you're already halfway there to a map's win.
Yeah, but now both teams are going to go off this wide side near the Mega Health Pack for the time being, just trying to swing away. Namaste taking some initial ground to start out with, but Dino has to back out a little bit after taking that damage. Pixel is going to be the first one to go down. A nice pin onto Unto as well, just like that. Namaste giving themselves excellent position to be able to win this first fight. Just need to commit to a little more cleanup. You would love to be able to knock Turbo out of the mech, but it looks like they're going to be able to survive. But I cannot say that about them. Actually, no. They actually managed to survive in time because Pixels was able to heal them just in time. So quick recon test on the way.
Yeah, hopefully they can get back there pretty soon. Ult charge is already rolling up. Look at Dino here with the quick shatter and the grab on their back, and they want to take the aggressive fight with that ult advantage.
They don't know. And they might not even need it as well. Pixels is down, Dempsey is down. You can just corral them in this little room with the couple that are left. You're gonna try to get Turbo out of mech, and you might. Oh no. Well, let's see how long this lasts. Oh no! Come on, Dino. Dino, no, you can't do this to them, Dino. They have a family. Let them go.
This is bullying. Oh, can they get the mech back? Maybe they can find a kill off the mech. No. Oh, brutal. This is gonna make this go even longer, though. I mean, you really can't play aggressive without your D.Va. Namaste is continuing to push this. Oh, they don't want to let up!
Yeah, they throw the bomb up in the air. There's going to be no shield left, and Nevish is going to be the first one to go down. Everyone else getting super low. Unto is going to hold on to that Transcendence. Make sure everybody stays alive, but they're going to counter grab. That bomb come through, the beat come alive. No one is going to go down from it. Namaste, as a matter of fact, going to still be winning this fight, just deleting the supports. Dempsey not too far behind, and now Mentalgen getting pushed back to their spawn room.
In a complete reversal of what we saw first map. First round, it was a very, very slight Mentalgen ping-ponging back between each teams. This time, Namaste has changed the pace of this game. They are going full-out aggression and getting rewarded for it time and time again with one fight left that they need to even out this map.
Yeah, they're not going to have a ton. That Shatter comes through. It's a good stun, but not it's the only one that's hit, but they will be the one that goes down. The Shatter, in return, Pixel's going to get hit, but Until going to bring out the Transcendence to make sure that they stay up. And now Mentalgen bringing themselves back into this one. Dino ends up going off the side of the cliff, and now it's just the last bit of stall to bring you over to that 99%. For Namaste, you can't be mad. You got it to 99, but Mentalgen are going to have a lot in the bank, and they're going to be able to set up a really good rotation show. It's really down to Namaste to hit a really good combo with that grab and that bomb coming up.
I mean, that's been the bread and butter, time and time again. Yeah. You grab with the bomb coming through, especially if you can get a pin on the Reinhardt. It's just free real estate at that point. The hard part is navigating the Rein pin well enough, though, to grab the big Sunky Hammer Boy.
Yep, and there it is. We see the bomb up in the air with the grab. And the grab is given directly backwards, and actually it's just Namaste dominating the fight. Dempsey does manage to find one, but eventually going to be taken down in their own right, and now it is literally, you see just Helmer trying to get away. And honestly, at this point, they might have to be that touch to be able to force an additional time.
Yeah, you just got to stagger yourselves in at this point. Not even going to happen, though. No. Great play there by Dino to make sure the touch doesn't come through. Not as well, giving that a body-blocking Transcendence, if you will. But, I mean, I love that so much. One of the big things I want to talk about, though, with how Namaste played that is how they changed the pace of every fight. Some fights they took really, really long. Other fights they took before, you know, we were even expecting a fight to happen. They took them like in the neutral sometimes. They did a really, really good job of making sure Mental Gen never had a solid idea of what was about to happen. Every single fight was a question mark for them. They never got to adjust. They never got to position. They never got to go, hey, you know, we can play around these ults in this location with this timing. That never, ever happened for Mental Gen because Namaste just kept changing the pace every single time. You know, taking those half fights in between things, or even just playing it really, really long and really making Mental Gen wonder, when is this fight actually ever going to happen?
Yep, and now both teams back at it this third round to decide who will take this first map. The pin from Dano. Not going to find any real estate, but is going to be able to get them this central area to be able to start things out here for the time being. And Nut actually is going to be the first one to go down, so not going to have that Discord to work with anymore. Dino really just hoping to find somebody on the pin, while Dempsey has found two. Pure Iris just managed to find one, and in the end, Dino really tried to help bring their team back, but the pin not going to be able to fully follow through. Mental Gen just trying to go through with that cleanup, and eventually are going to be able to take control of this first point. And Namaste, they had that early territory, just I just unfortunately not getting caught off really early.
Yeah, just a missed position there. I mean, really, in GOATS, there's nothing that matters more than the numbers advantage. Everything works so well together, but it requires everyone else there to truly get that synergistic factor. And so once one person goes down, it's so incredibly hard to pull that back, especially in these neutral fights. Every individual mistake is so costly. Ooh. And you can't start off fights losing your Lucios like that.
Again, the ability rotation gone, and now you're going to see that pin come through. A nice pin on the Dempsey as well. They've been trying to come in on until here is super low, trying to go in for the 1v1 on Dino, but it is just not going to happen. That is going to take a nice little walk into the pit, and Nut with a couple of nice finishes as well. Namaste going to take over, only giving up about 41% and using nothing to do so.
Yeah, about 2 fights taking really, really cheap there. Namaste in a great position now to just start going through their ults. Mental Gen, though, also in the same exact position. It's basically copied ult lines back and forth. And so now is really going to come up to what Namaste, I think, performed really well at, which is setting up those fight locations and ult planes better than Mental Gen.
Yeah, the counter pin gonna come through, and Dino's such in a weird position right now, but is being kept alive. The beacon given in return, but the Shadow be driven right back, catching 2 of those tanks. Now they're going to be taken down thanks to that Transcendence and that beat, but the counter on the side, not able to quite take them out. The credit goes to GCB, but at the end of the day, full support is doing a lot. And there's another move right there. Pixels dumps in Natsuki. So now we're back to a 4-on-4 engagement. Pure Irish needs to find one more person, but unfortunately going to be D-Mac Mental Gen. The support's coming in clutch for this team. It's eventually going to go their way after just a little bit more stall here from GCB, but eventually going to go over 52%. What a pop-off from the support trio.
What an environmental fight right there. What was that, 3 kills coming through with environmental? And supports getting involved, 2 of them on that one Zen boop kick kill. I don't know that I've ever seen a Zen and a Lucio booping together for that much knockback. That was wild.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And now going to this fight, not going to have a ton for either side, but we're seeing the investment right away. The bomb and that grab coming through, looking to find somebody, and Stelios is actually going to go down simply from that pin. Here, Irish eventually going to have to go off edge as well. Going to be a really quick cleanup as Dino just going to take one with them because why not? Fight's over anyways, so now 80%. It's going to be really tough for Namaste to make the way to the point, but you don't really have an option, do you?
They have just enough time here to, like, get to the point. I don't know that they're going to have a coordinated fight. If they get hit by the Shatter, it is all over. And that... Ooh. Oh, got blocked!
They got blocked, but given directly back, and Never's going to be taken out first and foremost. That's going to be a nice pin to knock one off the sideline. GCB takes credit for the other, but it pays off. Namaste going to clean up this fight. Not really able to stall out Turbo, unfortunately, but 99% for Mental Gen, and now 52% and counting. With the ults we're looking at here, Namaste has a really big advantage going into this potentially final fight.
Yeah, if they can take this fight really, really long, squeeze those ults, that's going to be all she wrote, especially in GOATS where some of these fights can last a really, really long time. Mental Gen just has to win one fight, though, no matter what engagement it is. So long as they win one engagement, Mental Gen's got the round.
Yep, and now we see for the time being, slightly split for the time being. See the Zarya up there, going to grab them all in this corner, but there's nothing really to take advantage of this grab, but Perhaps just hoping to be able to keep the multi-point long enough to flip it over, but the Transcendent's gonna have to be used. But Pure Irish gets the 3K, and then we see Unto go into the hole, realizing it's over, that they need to reset and try to make it back in time, but touching is gonna be nearly impossible with them pressing the spawns like this.
We asked where the Diva play was coming through. We said they've been deciding these fights. There it is. Winston touch barely gonna come in. Winton is here, but for how long can they stay?
Oh, not very long, because the 3K shatter comes through. But Helmer does manage to actually find Natsuki off the side, so there's still just a small chance of it happening. But GCD again with another environmental, the 5v3, just trying to stay alive. Mental Jin bringing back Dempsey. The pin not gonna actually find anybody, and Unto's gonna fade out and potentially survive. That's a nice fire strike as Namaste gonna take back over the point. 99 to 99. It's coming down to this. Obviously not bringing in the Transcendence, but they can't make it back to the point. Namaste gonna end up taking that one. That is such an unfortunate scenario. That fight wasn't even like halfway over yet, and that's so unfortunate for them.
What a brutal ending right at the end there. But we've been waiting for the Divas to be making these plays, to be setting the difference. Finally, Pure Irish right there, right when they need them, finds 3K on the bomb that I don't think anyone was ready for. No one expects the Diva to be off on a flank in Goats. And as a result, they were all looking forward, all looking at this Reinhardt, weren't ready for the bomb in the back, and it catches 3. DMX another, and finds the environmentals right after it. Forces the environmentals, I should say, to try and, get a reset. That is literally a fight-winning button press from Pure Iris there, looking incredibly strong.
Oh, 110%, because you brought it up yourself. Normally, you see the Diva like right up there on the front lines with everybody else. You're expecting that bomb to go straight up in the air. You're looking straight up. That's where you're hoping it's going to be. But being so far away, it comes down at a different angle. We forgot bombs used to be a little stronger in Overwatch 1 in general, thanks to the 6v6, thanks to the fact that, certain cleansing abilities weren't in the game quite yet. But it is really cool to see something like that. But of course, we do have to talk about the fact that literally came down to the final fight. These are two teams that are so deadly even thus far that the round wasn't even decided by the fact that somebody won. It was decided by the fact that someone couldn't step back onto the point. That is how closely contested these two teams are.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I don't know how much really we can ask for more. This one already looking like it's going to go to 3, but before we can get to the third one, we've got to go to the second one, which is, and check it off now, please, Kings Row.
Who would have ever guessed that it'd be Kings Row? It's not like it's the most popular map, just as a hybrid map, but as a map in general, and especially within Goats, where, from what I casted and what I played, I don't think there was a single time where I saw something that wasn't Kings Row. I believe someone on CGL 2 actually did go to Numbania at one point, which is kind of crazy, but for the most part, everybody's going to keep going to Kings Row. If you play Kings Row, you know exactly what the idea is here. Play tight on these corners, hold on to these places like the arches to be able to hold down. That is your best strategy, especially for the defense. But Namaste going to be on the attack to start things out here. So Namaste, you don't have to troll us. We know you're not gonna we know you're not gonna play the Winston. Come on now.
Yeah, I very heavily doubt that one. We've seen it before. I've talked about it before. Winston's pretty good on this first point. There's a lot of high guns that you can control. There's a lot of separating teams that you can do. But at the end of the day, after first point, their usefulness kind of drops off a cliff. And so we don't normally see them. I think they might be trying to do the funny Winston thing where if you jump up and switch at the perfect time, you can get, right up on the top leg.
Oh my gosh.
Almost got it there. Just barely couldn't find it. But we are going to see the Reinhardt coming out from them. No surprise. Oh my god. I would have loved a top rope Reinhardt to start us off on Kings Row. That fits the vibe.
Oh, that'd be beautiful, but for the time being, very traditional compositions going out here, still locking on the Zenyaz between Unto and Nut. That's gonna be a nice pin, actually fantastically timed, and just like that, this fight is already over. That was a literal instant. One pin was all it took. Namaste, they have no reason not to cap at this point, and that was, I'm not trying to exaggerate, that was borderline instantaneously that they're going to cap this point. Dino is just in a little bit of a weird place right now, but thankfully they're going to get out, and they should finally secure this cap, and wow, they're going to have like close to 6 minutes to start here.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I looked at the roster sheet to like have extra things to talk about, and I missed the fight. Like seriously, I passed it off to you, looked at the roster sheet, looked back, and they were capped. I physically don't know what happened because it was that quick. I don't know what else to say there.
Yo, that's insane, Tate. That's a nice pin to start these out. Dino trying to go for the 2 for 2, and the counter shatter! It's so brilliant! It gets rid of 3 and found 4 in total, and just like that, again, a quick team wipe. Namaste gonna be able to get a ton of space here. All of the momentum is on their side thus far.
Dino, it's my lobby. I don't disagree with you so far. No one has come up with anything to dispute that. That is insane right now. Dino is absolutely rolling. We've been talking about Zarya's taking control of lobbies. We've been talking about divas. Now it's time for the Reinhardt. The Dinos have come back from extinction right here.
Yeah, but they have to keep making up for it. We see that grab come through. Dempsey going to be caught with it. Going to send out the counter grab as well. As the Transcendence is going to be used. The beats coming out. The bombs. Everything's coming out. Nobody being caught yet, but that's what's going to be caught on a shatter. But a nice beat to be able to counteract it and keep everybody going. And in fact, Helmer going to be caught with Dino to start things out here. Nevish in a really weird position. Same thing for Dino, but both are managing to stay alive. Another shatter comes through. It is going to catch onto Debs. Dino eventually going to go down. And now we're down to that 5v5, but without the Reinhardt, Namaste just has hit the reset button and get out of there.
I mean, you can't go into the fight without your Dino. You just really, with how well they're playing right now, I think once they fall, then everything's going after it. We've seen Zarya step up before. I don't think that's happening today. Dino, just too good on this one at the moment. Going into this next fight, neither team really having a ton of ultimates, so expect a little bit of a smaller fight here. Both teams really playing for more of that distance and sustain over anything else.
Yeah, and now we see Nebish with their own shatter ready to go here. Gets stunned for a moment, but he's going to be able to stay alive. And we see a big combo ready to go. The shatter comes through. It's on to 5 different people.
What in the world? How do you do that? 5 coming through from Turbo Smooth. Both divas now with insane highlight cliff bombs off of incredible team play and setup. What more can you ask from your divas?
I'm such a proud diva main right now. I'm so proud of both of these divas so far, but Pure Irish is going to eventually have an opportunity to strike back here as Namaste makes their way back to the corner. Not a whole lot of ults to use either. All you really see is that bomb and the Transcendence ready to go, and Mentalgen, really nothing to work with for the time being, but Dino already getting low. The Transcendence forced out very quickly, and Dino not able to find anybody with that pin, but they do have the shatter, but it ends up getting pinned out. The shatter is now gone, but still, Nevish is gonna pay the price for going in with that. The grab going to eventually get used. They're all pulled together, but nobody is being taken down. A team is just too strong when you still have your Reinhardt like that. You still have the shield to protect everybody, and unfortunately, this fight not looking super winnable for Mentalgen. After losing Unto, you lose Dempsey. The rest of Mentalgen looks like they're just gonna have to take the back out here and reset.
Yeah, oh my god, that Ryan pain ability is so incredibly good, but it's so aggressive. If you follow through too much on it, you're just putting yourself in an unsustainable position where your team can't help you, you're cut off from everyone else, and at the end of the day, Reinhardt is a pretty brittle resource in Hero. If he doesn't have help, he's not long for this world, even in GOATs with all that extra HP. And so at the end of the day, you've got to be really, really careful with how you use those pins.
Yep, you have to watch out right now. Helmer literally just looking for that boop to come through. It's literally just sitting backward. Boop's a couple of members in from Namaste. The shatter comes through, and it's another big shatter, finding 2 of its own, and eventually just going to wipe away the remaining members of Mentalgen. And now you can't really, Turbo's just going to be able to jump off instantly. So now Nevish almost has to be the hero with the shatter, but Mentalgen really has a lot for this fight. In all rights, this fight should be theirs if they can open it up.
Yeah, if Namaste plays this one a little bit longer, though, maybe does some distance with that grab or finds it early before anyone else can use their ults, this could go their way with a huge time bank. Not going to get the grab off first, however.
Yep, the grab gonna come through, gonna force out the Transcendence. A nice counter shatter, only really gonna get Pure Irish, but he's gonna be able to stay alive for the time being. Right now, both Ryans working together, but Dino's actually be down first and foremost. A nice beat. The bomb comes through, not gonna find anybody, neither is the Remake. This is just a back and forth affair right now. Mental Gen, though, eventually looking like they're gonna take over this fight, force the reset, and they end up using quite a lot as well, but Namaste used a lot in their own right. Just this next fight really should come down to which of these Ryans gets the shatter first and who uses it the most effectively.
Absolutely. I think B got a little bit over-invested there. I think you had just fine with your shield. And as a result, now Namaste a great support line, but Mental Gen looking to take a page out of Namaste's book, pushing the aggression here!
That's crazy. That was very aggressive. You almost see the Diva Bomb. Even in Overwatch 2 days, you're so used to it just being used for a remake or just being thrown up in the air like on a combo, whatever. But just using it aggressively like that, you don't expect that. And that's what makes it so dang powerful.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely massive. Going into this next fight, though, still Namaste with that big support line advantage here. If they want to play this sustain, they absolutely can. Though neither team at the moment looking like they want to play any amount of sustain, the aggression continues to go through here.
Yep, and Dino does have that shatter ready to go here in a moment, 99, but is back online, just waiting for the perfect moment to come through. It comes through on that side first, gonna find 3 people, but we did see the beat earlier. The overhealth from that's still remaining, gonna be able to keep them alive momentarily, but the damage from it is more than done. Namaste, who, just gonna reminder, they capped that first point with nearly 6 minutes and then time make, and now they're sitting at 50 seconds and counting. A nice little stagger onto GCB as well. Namaste, all the momentum has just come to a screeching halt here on the corner of third point.
Third point's always been one of those things where, you know, you want to have as much time as possible because it's going to be a time bank drain. Normally, though, it's not this much of a time bank drain. Mental Gen here doing a great job of finding their footing, getting their ult rotation, and really choosing these fights to supreme effectiveness. Just playing this so incredibly well, and they're continuing to charge up and rotate their ults through here. Another really good ult economy fight for them with only 10 seconds left on this clock.
Yep, and now, as you said, likely that very final fight. Dino, though, does have the shatter to keep things going. The shatter comes through, gonna find 2, and Nevish is not gonna get that Transcendence or the beat in time. They invest a ton to be able to try to win that fight. Both bombs coming up. This could be the whole freaking show, but neither of the bombs find anything as Dino is actually gonna be the one to go down first and foremost. A nice boop onto Unto, and both supports just like that down. Pixels and Dempsey trying to find the way out of there, but it's just not going to happen. And as we get to overtime, something big has to come through here. Nevish has to be able to stay alive long enough to get this shatter, but unfortunately, it is not going to happen. Unto coming back on that Moira to be able to come out, create some kind of stall, trying to build enough time for Nevish to be able to get out, come deliver the shatter, but there's so much damage is being done. So much is being done, and Pure Irish gonna cancel things out here, and the shatter comes through. It ends up just going on to Dino because there's nothing more that you could do. So Namaste will cap, but they do have to do it in overtime.
Yeah, and they lost, what, like 3 minutes on that third point? Usually we see that be about 132. You know, you still want to get that cap in over a minute, so if the other team caps in overtime, they don't get a second chance to attack. Namaste here not getting that benefit, and so that puts a really big time target on the board here for Mental Gen. If they can get this done with a minute left on the clock, pushing pace just like Namaste did for their first and second point, and then, you know, not having that big time link on third, this potentially goes Mental Gen's way without Namaste being able to have a second push here. It'll just be in Mental Gen's court. We don't see a whole lot of the time that a team has complete control of their destiny when it comes into maps like this. Usually, you know, it's either a full cap or like, oh, you've got to break through a lot of different stuff, and then there's some random spot on the third point you've got to get to. This time, though, Mental Gen really in full control of what they do right here. If they play like they did on third against this team, I don't know that they should have an issue. Problem is, both of these teams have shown us time and time again, they're really, really good at adjusting and changing the way the game is played. And even when it looks like it's going to be a map roll, even when it looks like, you know, we're going to see Dino just absolutely dominate the lobby for the rest of the game, Mental Gen, both teams actually, have been doing a great job of making adjustments, changing the game, focusing targets out, and playing it so that whoever is playing well right now has to take a back seat and let someone else step up.
Now, Mental Gen on the attack, and now pulling around the statue for the time being. Almost want to try to corral them into something, but Nevish actually just get hit with a fantastic move. Once again, we've seen so many fantastic moves from Helmer so far today and from DCB in their own right. But for the time being, we're to see them kind of continue this fight a little bit, quite honestly, which I don't know if I fully agree. They are going to manage to find Dino in that situation, but unfortunately, that does mean you're to lose your support super late, so getting rid of Dino really isn't going to amount to a whole lot now.
Yeah, a little bit of a stagger there, but I love your point about the Lucios. A lot of the time, these Lucios get kind of lost in the clutter of goats at the end of the day. You know, a lot of people say they're just here for the aura. Not true. You can see how much the boops matter here. You saw it on last map as well. Those huge environmental kills. Both Lucios coming out incredibly clutch in all of these tight moments in order to find their value.
Yeah, speaking of that, Helmer already has the beat online, and it's going to come in handy. Going to be able to keep Mentalgen up. Fortis coming through. A nice shatter comes through. All 6 members get caught, and it'll be the undoing of Mentalgen as they are going to be wiped away. But unfortunately, Turbo going to have to suffer just a little bit more than the others.
Ooh, never a fun time to be a baby diva. I mean, this is what we saw first point from Namaste last time. It seems like Namaste just really comfortable on first point in streets, not as comfortable on third. And so if they can keep this fight here, win it on first point, I don't know that they'll have too much of an issue going into the rest of this game.
Yeah, and that grab gonna be used. We see that shatter or the bomb come online with it. A nice job getting Dino out of there. The bomb not gonna find anything, but you are gonna get rid of Dino, so that's massive to be able to get this fight going. And now, usually to come together on a target, because right now, a lot of people low from Namaste, but nobody dead yet. That bomb thrown to the background. It's what? Nevish, you have to look at the bomb, Nevish. You can't turn away like that. What should have been a one fight is now entirely possible. Let's just come back into this Dino. Gonna get rid of one. Eventually, is gonna get rid of Depsy. And what should have been a one fight from Mentalgen goes down the drain thanks to one bomb from the king, Pure Irish.
These divas are just ridiculous. I mean, seriously, I feel like so much of this tournament is building highlight reels for divas. Pure Irish and Turbo Smooth both doing an incredible job. This time, though, Pure Irish coming up clutch when the team needs them, keeping them on this incredibly strong point, and now only 2 ticks stand between Mentalgen and getting there, but they don't have the Lucio, and they're all shattered and grabbed!
Yeah, it is just, there's nothing you can do about the scenario. You don't even have the beat, you don't have the transcendence, you're barely about to have your rally online. This is not looking good for Mentalgen now. They're gonna have a lot coming into this fight, but Namaste, they haven't needed a lot to win some of these fights.
No, they've been incredibly economical. They've been playing on a budget with a lot of these ults and winning consistently. But look at this, almost 5 up now for Mentalgen.
Yep, and now we see online, we see that bomb come up in the air, looking to find something on the counter pin. It's gonna be a nice one. Never's gonna get taken care of. The beat not gonna be able to come out in time from Helmer's rig. As we see the grab given directly in place, trying to find something with that bomb, but unfortunately nobody going to go down in that exchange. And now this is becoming extremely dangerous. Dempsey literally sitting in a corner. It is, call it death row, because they're gonna go down in there with 15 seconds remaining. Mentalgen, it is all falling apart at the seams.
Said they're in control of their destiny. Now they're in control of their last 5 seconds trying to get to this point. No ults on their board other than Transcendence.
Yeah, and Turbo's gonna go out of mech almost instantaneously. So now you no longer have the ability to eat this upcoming grab. Staios is gonna have it. Dano's coming up on that shatter. It comes through. It's not gonna catch on anybody, but that grab comes through, and there's nothing to be able to counter it, and that is going to spell the end. Mentalgen came in, put up one hell of a fight, but it's Namaste that's gonna move on to the next round.
Say what you will about Mentalgen and that 3rd point, but at the end of the day, Namaste is kings of the row. First point, they look unbreakable. Their first attack, blink it and you'll miss. Their second, you're staying there whether you want to or not. Pulled back from the brink by Pure Irish. And just like that, Namaste is taking this one. We do have to give credit there to that incredible bomb, though, by Turbo Smooth. I mean, no matter how well either divas are playing, you've got to be impressed by a 5-person bomb. Just absolute mayhem.
Absolute mayhem. It's not something you see anymore, so it is such an exciting thing to see where, you know, even back in the day, that was incredibly rare to see, even in GOATs at times. If you wanted to look through things like the Overwatch League contenders, CGL, any other league that existed at that time, I think it'd be very rare to see something like a 5K, 6K bomb like that, because it's tougher than it looks. You know, you have the beat to counter it, you have the shield, everything has to go right for you to get that 5K, that 6K. So everything came together perfectly. And at the end of the day, they really did technically get a 6K. They did get rid of the demeched pure Irish to be able to start things out here. But it's so impressive to see these divas. But we do have to make sure to give people, you know, on the other side of the coin, the love as well, because, you know, we see these Ryans come through. Dino literally dominating the lobby in that first half, and Nebish, they tried really hard to fight back. They had a couple of really good shatters, but the alt rotation and the aggression that we saw from Namaste, it was just really hard to contest with.
Yeah, I mean, I think Namaste just played this one incredibly smart. They paced it incredibly well. I said it during Ilios, I'll say it again. I feel like for most of these fights, Mental Gen just didn't know what was coming at them. Namaste did such a good job switching between different styles and paces, and we normally don't see teams able to do that. That's a really, really hard thing to do, is to not just be good on one pace, on one style, but good on a variety of them. Namaste there, doing it to perfection, and as a result, Mental Gen just wasn't able to figure out what they needed to do against this team. Sadly, that is going to be the end of Mental Gen's bracket run, as heroic as it was starting in loser bracket, getting to this point, which I find very, very disappointing to see them go, but that does mean we get to see more Namaste coming in future rounds.
Yeah, exactly, because, you know, moving that on, they are going to move on to that next round, which means they are going to be going up in what'll eventually be our next match between Smelvin in your area. Meanwhile, over on CGL 2, actually, MME ended up being never on time 2-0, so now they'll be facing Oblivion in what should be a fantastic matchup. I saw both these teams last week. They overperformed amazingly so that should be an amazing matchup, and then the winner of those two matches will eventually get to meet in their own losers semifinals, but we're going to have to eventually get to that. But for the time being, we're going to make sure both these teams are nice and ready to go. So we are going to cut to a little bit of a break, but we will see you very shortly.
Yeah. 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 Memories. Memories. Yeah. Memories. Memories.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the CGL GOATS tournament. We are still here with the EU region, and as a matter of fact, they'll be the last matches of the day for the EU region, but of course, make sure to check out NA later tonight. But for the time being, with this last matchup, we have Namaste, who just won their own matchup in the previous round, now up against Smelvin Industries, which has a very high-performing team, was close to getting into that winners finals, unfortunately coming up a bit short, unfortunately, as we'll take a look at the updated bracket and see how everybody is performing thus far. And you can see that right up there, German Crusaders and SRP Czech taking over in that winners bracket spot, but unfortunately for Smelvin, coming up short against SRP Czech. So now they have to make their way back. And, you know, this is the comparison we're going to make, Loki. We talk about a team like Namaste that has now won 3 straight matches back to back to back, have not lost a map yet, going up against a team like Smelvin, which is a very strong team, but has now just been taken out 2-0 by SRP Czech. So it's going to really come down to, is the momentum of Namaste going to be stronger, or just the overall team play of Smelvin going to outpace that momentum before them?
Yeah, I think that's a really hard question to answer. I don't think losing to SRP Czech really is a too much of a condemnation of your team. I feel like losing to SRP Czech is kind of the expected play, if you will. But I mean, Namaste has been playing incredibly well throughout this entire tournament. We saw how well they played last time against a really strong team, how smart they played, how well they were able to change pace, change aggression, change everything. Meanwhile, Smelvin in your area has been playing in winners bracket pretty well. And as much as I hate to really judge someone's bracket run, it doesn't look like they had too terribly difficult of an opponent all the way up until SRP Czech. SRP Czech seemed to be their first real test, and it didn't look amazing there. So I think what we're really going to see, more than momentum, more than whatever else, is how good these teams are bouncing back from a loss against a strong team like that, and finding their footing here against a team that has been continuing to win time and time again. Nepal, we've seen it before. It's a really strong brawl map. Starting out on Elephant, on Shrine, is a really great place to see how these teams perform. This is a pretty tightly packed map. It does have some flank on the side. It does have a little bit of high ground to play around, but most of the time I would expect to see these teams just running it down main and clashing, you know, power versus power, hammer versus anvil style. And we're going to really see pretty quick here which team is able to take this aggression, take this power, and run with it into the other team.
Yep, Dano came through in that last match with a bit of a Ryan difference, now up against Fasten, who is a really good Ryan in their own right as well. Both teams kind of just circulating around for the time being, hoping to catch somebody just in the wrong area, and Arda maybe the first one to actually do so, knocked out of that mech, and now it becomes really hard to stay alive and eat away all that damage. Eventually gonna come back to bite them. Namaste gonna start this fight very strong, gonna try to wipe away a couple of our members, make sure they don't lose Dino in the process. Unfortunately, they do end up losing it, but they should be able to get them back in time as they get that first cap.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we expected. First fight, running it down. We did see, you know, Smelvin going and taking that mini pack area. Did not seem to go their way much, though. Leading into this next one, main thing I'm looking at here, Dino and Natsuki, both of them really, really charging up those ultimates quickly, and both are fight-winning ultimates in their own right.
100%. Look at Nut, rather have their own Transcendence online, which is incredible to have, and you don't have to use it right away either. You just gotta have that ready when that grab comes through. For the time being, we see that Shatter ready for Gino, who's gonna go down, gonna find nobody with it, but still we see the beat in return. Adams still going to have their own Transcendence as well, as the Shatter's gonna get sent back, finding 2 more of its own, just like that. Namaste in a situation where now you just have to try to hold on for as long as you possibly can. It's no longer can you in the fight, it's how long can you hold on for, and eventually they're going to be losing that point. They still managed to gain about 48%, which is very nice, but Smelvin took advantage of just one small mistake made by Namaste.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really strong fight there by Smelvin with that ult disadvantage to come through and find the win here, and pretty cheap ult usage on their end as well. Able to, you know, still have this bomb grab that has been the play-making ult combo time and time again. Great play by Namaste here, a little bit of a juke out to get the point.
Yep, but now we see that combo coming together. Stelios already going to go down, the bomb comes online, and it's Smelvin that's coming up the other side as the winner of this fight. P-Iris does manage to find Arda in that process, but now We're at the 5v3. It's really just about cleaning things up here, but Adam actually ends up going down. I'm not sure how that goes down, so Namaste might be able to regroup a little quicker than we would have thought.
Yeah. They're already back on this point, ready to go. No ultimates on their side. It's only Smelvin that's going to be bringing anything to the table. Hopefully we'll see a Transcendence come through for Namaste here, but it's going to be dicey with how quick this fight's going.
Yeah, it's at a point where you might just end up being aggressive with it. Stelios clearly doesn't have it. The Shatter comes through, though. It found 3 different people, but the Transcendence online. Gonna make sure nobody gets damage from it, and as a matter of fact, Dino is gonna end up finding Cammy to get things going here. It's gonna be a nice pin-in, but it's not gonna live through it. Dino down, and here we go. You see the baby demon just coming out, guns blazing. MIA having 2 picks of their own. A nice pin as well, and eventually Smelvin gonna be able to hold on here. Namaste not throwing a whole lot at the wall, but such a long fight to get nothing. It's such an unfortunate situation.
Yeah, time is a really, really big factor with a lot of these fights, and taking that long one there, not finding really a whole lot of success isn't great. The worst part about it, all of those ults that Simone in your area used at the beginning of the fight are already back up, ready to go. And so Namaste here in last fight territory needs to find an adjustment and find it quick.
Yep, Dino has to make the Shatter work, but unfortunately isn't even gonna get the chance to use it. We see the gap come through from Stelios, hoping that something comes through here, but you have absolutely nothing to take advantage of that grab. Dino's not going to likely be able to make it back in time for the Shatter. That's just going to be tracking down GCB, who's going to make it back onto the point. Dino going to be coming back in a moment, but Dino just comes back, instantly gets hit with the bomb, not ever able to even use that Shatter. And while Namaste just keeps trying to feed in, Smelvin eventually gonna take that first round. And as from as much dominance as we saw from Dino in our previous matchup, Smelvin as a whole is just not letting them take over this lobby.
No, they're really, really not. They're playing really economical. They're responding to what Namaste is trying to do, I think, faster than Namaste can come up with new ideas. We saw Namaste. They brought the aggression, they brought the speed, they brought everything they had in that first fight. Smelvin took it, saw it, and was like, all right, we're going to play a completely different style that you can't deal with. And Namaste didn't have an answer to it. I think Namaste losing on the macro end, losing a little bit of their own strengths in that round, and it just wasn't ever looking completely cohesive for them. It looked like Smelvin had the ball in their hand ever since that second fight and was not ready to give it up. Here, we need to see a complete change, I think, from Namaste. Really try to slow this game down and figure out where the pressure points are from Smelvin at the moment.
Yeah, and Smelvin not even going to mess around with that area. They don't want to have to worry about getting hit with the boop. They're just going to hold this little area right here. It's a bit in the open, but they really are just able to hold this for as long as they want to. And eventually, Namaste are the ones that are going to have to force themselves into the right position to be able to stall out and contest this point. But here comes it onto the point now. Just looking for that right take, the right time. And we see them getting smushed into a corner. Dino is just being pushed in there enough to be able to make sure that Smelvin is going to be able to take that point first. That's going to be a nice pin. Going to send Dino off the edge. It's still a 4v4 right now. It is not impossible for Namaste to come back into this, but unfortunately use GCB. You don't have the ability to boop anymore. Your best case scenario right now is just making sure Stelios gets out, as we see Bastion use the Shatter on Stelios, who hasn't even gone down quite yet, but with all that damage pumping through, that should be the goal. But Stelios should be able to get out with all that charge. As a matter of fact, they might have invested a little too much. The grab getting used, it doesn't look like anybody really gets caught in enough to do anything. And just like that, the Shatter coming through, gonna only find Fasten, and just like that, it's looking like Namaste has taken their opportunity and should be able to cap this point.
Yeah, well, I think Smelvin there got a little bit too eager right at the end. They got a really good pick off at the start, but one of the main things is they lost their Diva mech in that process of killing Dino. And so as a result, their ability to sustain decreased really, really heavily, and they never reacted to that fact. They kept trying to push the aggression on without that Diva being able to really help out. And when you're trying to do that, things get significantly harder. They go a little bit too far here, and they get punished for it.
Yep, now back into this fight. There's a lot that's going to be available in terms of eventual combos. We see Namaste coming up close to that bomb graph combo. Stelios just to get a little bit more charge. And they do have a lot of charge right now, but they need to be able to get that all online. And right now, just going to have to force it right now. The Shadow Gun to come through only on Stelios, so not able to commit to that combo and not pass round 2 of their own for the time being, despite the fact that Dino is down. This fight is not over quite yet. They're going to get invested at the end of the day. It's going to work out. They're going to win this fight, despite losing Dino so early in it.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of an overinvest there by GCB, hitting that beat, but at the end of the day, if it wins the fight, how much can you really complain? The issue is here, now going into this next one, there's no beat to counter the bomb. They're going to have a Transcendence, but Transcendence isn't really what you're looking for most of the time to counter that. Oh, that pin's brutal!
Oh, no, they get counter-booked after the fact. They literally couldn't have done a thing about that as soon as they were pinned. Pure Irish does get knocked off the mat themselves, but at the end of the day, it's not really going to do a whole lot. Just going to try to fight a couple of kills. Dino finding another one of their own. Going to try to run down these last remaining members, but for the time being, going to back off, going to reset because they only need the one more fight to send us to that third round.
We talked about how brutal that pin can be, how if it sends you too deep and you get knocked down, there's no way to get back out of it. That is the textbook on why right there.
Ooh, that's going to be a nice grab in a really weird location. It's just like that. It just spells the potential beginning of the end, but that's a really nice stuff that came through for MIA. And now the chance is here to be able to come through. It's back to that 4v4, but GCB coming through, holding that clutch at 99, and they're not going to make it to that point. It was such a good fight for them, but credit to Namaste for just holding them in that position for as long as humanly possible. At the end of the day, it pays off.
Yeah, that was a fight that was absolutely going Smelvin's way, especially with that beep keeping everyone alive and healthy. But at the end of the day, you gotta get to the objective. Smelvin can't manage there. And Namaste striking back in an incredibly strong way. Moving on to this next point, though, this is the GOATS map on Nepal. It is a boxing ring on this point. We are smushing everyone as tight as we can together and having them fight it out. This is a map where even in modern Overwatch, you can pull out the Rhine if you really want to here. Pair it with a Mei and just force everyone onto that point. And so it's going to be even more aggressive and brutal here with full GOATS lineup coming at you quickly.
Yep, both teams taking the high ground this time around, taking the same win. Dino immediately facing a ton of pressures, able to do so little, and MIA actually going to go down first and foremost. You're going to lose the ability to get that rally online, and it's going to be really difficult now because typically you don't lose the Brigitte first. That's one of the last people you usually lose, so now Natsuki literally is already going to have a 30% advantage, and Namaste is going to cap that point first.
Yeah, Namaste here looking strong. This is a little bit of a repeat of what we saw in their last game. Having a little bit of trouble on the startup and then figuring it out really, really strongly by the end here. Namaste looking incredibly good. I like this high ground positioning as well to get some extra damage in before the fight gets taken to point.
Yep, and they're taking this fight really close up against the edge, trying to make it very difficult for them to be able to contest the point, and eventually going to pay off as the Transcendence is going to be used after the fact. MIA going to be down first and foremost. Both Transcendence being used, a beat being used as well by Smelvin. They really want to try to pull this fight back together. It's going to be very difficult to do so, and not going to find Arda after that bomb, does not find anything, and eventually this fight going to go back the way of Namaste. We see that big investment from Smelvin to be able to flip that fight, and it just results in nothing.
Yeah, I mean, when you go into those fights, anytime that you get the objective first, you have to invest in it. Because at that point, the longer you can take the fight, the better it's going to go for you no matter what. But at the end of the day, using 4 ults and not finding a whole lot for it is a little bit brutal.
Yep, now Dino gonna have their own chat. It's gonna come through, but I don't know what they were looking for, but unfortunately, results in nothing happening. A grab coming through, gonna catch on to nobody for the moment. The beat can be used regardless of that fact, and now that bomb coming in through the background, hoping to find somebody, and Robbie Hatch actually ends up going down as a result. Namaste trying to make this fight there still. There's a lot of back and forth, but nothing can really be done until Dino gets back in the fight. And now with the beat here, there is 100% a chance they may take this fight, but with Dino down very quickly. Instead, we're going to see a little bit of a stagger over onto Pure Irish. Namaste really should have taken the opportunity to back out, hit the reset button, because at the end of the day, that's going to cost them not only the point, but now 20%. I just wish they would have backed out instantly.
Yeah, I think they're going to lose a lead here, even as a result of that. Even if they win this fight, it's going to be flipped Smelvin's way. This beat grab, or as it was, this grab bomb has to be insane, but oh, the flank shatter!
Oh, that's 3! And that's going to end the fight right then and there. Not even going to give Namaste, oh no, and not uses the Transcendence. On top of that, that is going to be devastating. So Nut uses the Transcendence. Cammy's going to have that grab ready to go. And they're going to have the bomb with no beat from GCB. This is not looking good for Namaste for this next fight.
not looking great. This is last fight that they can really have a realistic thing to try and keep this map in their edge, and they're out of ults to do it, but a nice grabby might set them up.
Yeah, that gives them the opportunity to stay alive. Natsuki gets super low with the bomb. We throw it up in the air. Dino going to go down first and foremost. Honestly, the result is now to try to regroup, stay alive, as many as you possibly can. And at this point, you will likely have to either send Pure Irish or perhaps even GCP to get to the point. But now Smelvin just going to go directly to the point and try to cut them off. As we already see the overtime touch come through. Dino has a shatter ready to go. It's going to catch on MIA. Eventually going to take them out. A counter shatter to send back. Hoping by something on the pin, but they end up getting stopped. It's just like that. Namaste winning the fight. Gonna find the cabin, bring it back over. Back to that 4v4. And it's gonna be down to both the Zarias. They have the grabs. They have the ability to end these fights. As that grab come through the bomb in a weird position. And Namaste have somehow made it work, brought themselves back in. And now, this time, it's Arda that's gonna feel the bit of the stagger.
Yeah, good little flank grab there to set them up for this. And a little bit of extra ult charge on the end from the boop. Gotta take your credit somehow, somewhere. But once again, now we are in final fight territory. This is a payoff fight for the map to see who can get our starting advantage in this match, to get a new lease on life and try to make it back into that grand finals through losers bracket. No ults on the side of Namaste other than that trance to try and figure this one out.
And Celios has almost no charge right now with the Trance. It's going to come out first and foremost. Namaste, that is their only ultimate. They need to use it here and now. They're all surviving. The bomb's brought in place. This could be it. It's going to find Dino as we see Smelvin make their way back to the point in the 5v5, but Celios still has a ton of charge. They found two. The shatter comes online from Bastin, who's trying to find people. They're going to hard invest over, try to be able to make it back to the point. It's still back and forth. Natsuki might come back with that rally, but it might not be needed because Celios is the hero of Namaste. They're going to hold that charge. They're going to stay alive the entire time and almost single-handedly stay alive and give Namaste Nepal.
What a play right there. Insane transcendence. They use that for aggression and sustain at the beginning. They dive right at Smelvin in your area's brig and take them out before they can even get moving. And just like that, they get themselves the fight win. Once you lose your brig, your sustain is gone. Your ability to live through these, big aggressions disappears. A brig is the main source of healing in these comps. And so the moment they're not around anymore, the ability you have to try and stay in these fights, and that one had to be a sustained fight. They had to stay on point. There's not a whole lot of let's, pull back, regroup, send it back in. Not happening. And so you have to have your brig ready to go. An amazing play there by Namaste to recognize the only way we win this is by playing super aggressive at the beginning, instantly getting a kill on the brig, and taking it through there. They use the Transcendence to make sure they still have all of their resources and all of their health by the end of that engagement. And so even though they lose Dino before they get started, they still have that high charge Zarya able to step up, take their place, win the fight. What an amazing fight on a macro and individual level there by Namaste to draw up a plan that quickly and execute it that perfectly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure throughout that long final fight, because that ended up being a pretty long final fight. I think Stelios got like 4 or 5 final blows to themselves just in that instance. I think potentially the only person on Namaste that didn't end up dying during the whole gigantic exchange, that's insane to me, because the Zarya, for me, obviously, the Reinhardt's very threatening, a Brig is very threatening, but Zarya is sometimes a bit of an unspoken hero. They can get so much charge, so quickly do so much damage, and unfortunately, as much as Dino was doing a lot in the previous rounds we were mentioning, I think Stelios was definitely the hero this time around, coming in clutch on the Zarya, and I love to see it. This is the momentum that this team has gathered throughout the entire day, not dropping a single round. They've gone through 7 rounds, 7 maps. They have not dropped one yet, and it could potentially become 8, and it could land them in that losers semifinals. But of course, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here. We have to get into our next map first and foremost, and I mean, let's be real, low-key. We know what this next map is. It would be
it's Numbani, right? It's Numbani?
Yeah, totally. Ironically enough, CGL2, MME is Oblivion picked Numbani over on CGL2.
No
so
way.
if you want to watch Numbani GOATs, you can go check out CGL2, but CGL1 is sticking with the classic King's Row, as we would expect.
Yeah, I mean, it's always got to be Kings with Goats. Or apparently Numbani now. This is the second time we have reports of CGL2 doing Numbani. So maybe they're just having a little bit of a weird energy over on CGL2. We're not bringing that over on mainstream, though.
No,
We're
no.
keeping it tight on Kings Row.
Don't put that curse on us.
Oh, no. That can stay over there. I hope you all have fun with it. Chef Billy doing a great job over on that. I think Chef Billy is also the person who said both.
Yes.
Numbani, so they're just bringing the weird energy with them wherever they're going, I guess. I'm going to put it on their table. Oh my god. No, but we are staying on Kings, and this is something we saw Namaste perform incredibly well last time. That first point in Street phase especially very, very strong in their favor. They got a full hold -1 tick on their defense, and their first fight on attack on first point was so quick that if you looked away to grab a drink of water, you missed it. So be very, very excited for what they're bringing out on this one. I would expect that if we're going to see Smelvin in your area win on this map, it's gonna happen on third. Third has been the main thing that Namaste has struggled on, whereas everything else has been just about a cakewalk for them.
Yeah, and I want to point this out because, like, typically within Overwatch, we will see a lot of teams typically will go on defense if given the option, but not only this time around, but also the previous Kings Row that we saw from Namaste as we, get right back to the game. Namaste chose to attack both times now, which isn't very traditional. So is it more so that they think they want to keep the momentum on their side for the attack, or is it just the fact that they're that confident they can finish the map again against a team like Smelvin in their area?
I actually really like attacking first. I think attacking first is a lot more fun. I think you usually play defense when you want to get the game over quickly. Attack I like a lot better because you know what you have to defend at that point. If you're playing defense first, you're just trying to play as best you can. Whereas if you're playing, attack first, hey, we got it halfway through street phase. We have to defend halfway through street phase. There's nothing else we can do there. And so I think playing attack first gives you a lot more options on your own defense when you know what you have to play for,
Yeah, I entirely understand that. So for the time being, we see Smelvin in the area playing on the defense, and immediately an investment from Pure Iris, who's going to get knocked out of mech very quickly. And Namaste just going to decide to go all in because you've already lost your Diva. You might as well when you're that deep. Unfortunately, not really going to pay off. The rest of them going to get wiped away. Luckily, Nut and Stelios are going to be able to survive, but Namaste, you lose the Diva early on, there's not a whole lot you can do.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the play there was. The Diva, usually you want to see that aggression coming through more mid-fight. I think they wanted to repeat what we saw last match. Not going to happen here, though. Smelvin in your area calls that out very, very quickly, finds the easy kill on Pure Irish.
Yeah, and Fasten is already coming up on the Shatter very shortly. Gonna get counter-pinned, though. Gonna get knocked back a little bit as well, but incredible healing to be able to make sure that they stay alive. So once again, Namaste going to be in a position where they just have to back up, and unfortunately, if they're Pure Irish, going to be staggered out a little bit themselves, but not too long. Should be able to reset pretty quickly, but right now, it is all Smelvin.
Yeah, if you just look at the Rhino charges, you're going to see the story of this game. Fast getting it in just about a minute. Meanwhile, Dino sitting around 40%, just dying so quickly into these fights. They're never giving time to get those swings, get that damage out. Meanwhile, Fast doing a great job of finding whatever charge they can.
Yep, now a lot of the ultimates coming up online. We see that grab come through, but Pure Irish coming in hot as that Diva going to eat it away. And we see that counter shatter going to find three. Going to try to pin on the Natsuki, but not going to take them down. As despite all the ultimates, nobody has gone down quite yet, but Natsuki going to be the very first one. Dino going to fall directly after. It's just not going to pay off. Fast going to come in deep, going to help try to get rid of these last couple of members. And once again, Pure Irish going to actually no stagger at all that time around, which you love to see, but Smelvin just, despite all the ults being thrown at them, they just stay true and nobody ends up going down.
Yeah, I mean, this is a complete turn of events from what we saw last game from Namaste. First point wasn't even an issue for them last time. This time, really struggling to even set foot on the point, get around statue. I think they have to find a good bomb here because they're starting to lose time.
Yeah, the rally comes online, but it is going to find a couple. Little Nut is getting super low for a moment there anyway, but luckily everything's going to be able to keep them alive for a moment. But it's just, unfortunately, it's the same issue. It's the same exact thing. You either lose Dino or Natsuki almost out the gate, and then you just can't build up your charges. You can't do anything with it. Smelvin just is in complete control of the base now.
Yeah, I mean, they've with 1 minute left on the clock, ultimates aren't looking pretty from Namaste. I think you have to try and take a quick dry fight here.
What?
They're not even gonna get to though.
Yeah, and we're seeing that bomb come up, and it's gonna find another one. Arda, though, he's gonna help get rid of 2. Dino not able to make it back to the spawn room, and again, Pure Irish. That could have been a very dangerous pit if they got brought back further, but now Namaste, again, they're not gonna have a ton yet. If this fight goes on longer, they could, but I don't know what more you could do in this scenario outside of hitting a really big shatter at this point.
Yeah, maybe you can find a grab long fight. That beat can be used for some good sustain, but Dino has to play out of their mind right here, and they've been inconsistent. Sometimes we see them play that well. Sometimes we see them kind of take a back seat. This time we need to see them playing at their true potential like we have seen.
Yep, down gets hit with the stun, and they end up going down as the counter shatter comes through. Dino is still going to have it, but unfortunately, that grab's going to get pulled through. That bomb goes up in the air. Going to hope to find somebody, and it does find Robbie Hash, but not going to be too far behind. And now we see Dino trying to make their way back. We do have the overtime touch, so it is still possible as Dino comes back through the shatter. Going to come through, finding nobody, though. As Nut is going to come back on that Moira, just looking for the next person to come through on that touch. Going to get a nice pin on Arda to be able to keep themselves going. Getting super low, but the bomb going to get forced out, and at the end of the day, Nut comes back on the Ana, as a matter of fact, and it's kind of paying off for a moment, but Dino being taken out again. Facet's making the way back to the point, and at the end of the day, it doesn't look like it's going to be enough as Fasten ends up helping with the last couple, and Namaste not even able to garner a single tick.
Yeah, that's just complete domination by Smelvin there. Namaste struggling to, as I said, even get on the point. Normally we see fights at least taken past statue, pushed back where the defending team has to play that hotel a little bit. This time, not even that. I mean, Smelvin in your area just looking dominant here. And I think one of the main things that it comes down on is I don't know that Namaste was ready to play first point. I think after last time, like, we've got this. We can just swing it on through. Never happened, though, and a lot of the time, they died so quickly, they never even charged up their ultimate. Smelvin in your area did a really, really good job of just trimming the fat of Namaste immediately, every single fight. Every single kill they got was blowing up the target, and as a result, Namaste took a lot of fights, but they were all really, really short, and so most of the time, even when you're losing GOATS fights, we still see that ultimate charge going up pretty quickly, just because, you're swinging through 6 people. Namaste never gets that chance. They get basically lapped in the ultimate charges just because they're doing so little, and now we have to see a full hold from them in order to keep this one moving, and I don't know how likely that is against a team that's been playing so well throughout here. I mean, they've got the kid in, so really, what can you do?
Yeah, and regardless of if they hold or not, we will end up going to a third map regardless, thanks to being first to 2, but still, Namaste does have that possibility. See, they're actually getting a little more aggressive. Dino goes in deep, but it's taking a ton of damage. Just have a Discord on them, but able to stay alive. Arda going to be taken out of that mech kind of early. Dino really putting themselves out there, but the team able to fully support them. They will come away with that first fight win, and this is where I come back to my point earlier about thinking that defending first is the better option, because that's a good fight for them. They take that momentum, they take the fight before Smelvin is ready. That's not at all what we saw on their attack.
No, I mean, this is a completely different Namaste team here, really looking incredibly strong. I love it when Dino is playing super aggressive, playing in, playing all they can. That is when they're at their best, and I'm looking to see if they can repeat that here.
Grab's already ready to go, fighting a lot of people. There's nothing online to be able to stop it, so that's going to be a really clean fight at the end of the day. And now Namaste, they're going to have all their other 5 ultimates, and Smelvin has barely worked the way up to their first couple.
Yeah, I mean, that's just really, really strong ultimate usage there, too. To only use the one, let everyone else swing in and get their damage, that just charges it up so incredibly quickly. And Namaste here, looking ready, where if they can just keep rotating their ults, they shouldn't have too much of a problem for at least the next couple of fights here.
Yep, Dino having that shadow ready to go, but Fasten not too far behind as well, having as well. That shadow's going to come through, catching on to nobody, just looking for that counter shadow for the moment. And they're just waiting for that correct opportunity. Dino can be brought through. It's still going to manage to find Cammy in that situation, but that Transcendence and that beat making sure that nobody is going to be brought down. And now we see Stelios with that grab ready to go. Nothing to be able to defend these members. That shield trying to keep them alive, but unfortunately, it's only going to last so long. And now we're going to see that reset once again. Smelvin in your area. This could be a devastating stagger right now from Arda. If they get hit with this pin, it could be devastating, but unfortunately, just have to let it go.
Yeah, I mean, that's really, really good there by Namaste, but especially Stelios to charge that grab fast enough that even after the Lucio and the Transcendence ult from Adam have come out, it doesn't matter. There's a grab there ready to go, and if you don't have a Lucio or a Zen ult and to grab, you're done. There's just nothing you can do about that.
Yep, and now we see ready to go. They have that grab bomb combo from Smelvin in your area. It's going to come down to Nut and GCB to use the support ultimates correctly to keep everybody alive as Dino's taking a ton of damage, but Stelios manages to find fast and early on, but Dino going to fall directly afterwards. So here comes the combo. They realize they don't have the ability to hold on to that anymore, so here come the support ultimates, hoping to stay alive, hoping to make something happen as the bomb goes up in the air, hoping to catch anybody, and it's not going to catch anybody. It's going to force people into very uncomfortable positions, but it's Namaste that's coming back with that shatter aggressively. It's going to come back, but they're going to find 3 different members. Dino is one of them, needs a shatter to bring it back, going to find 3, a ton of damage, but luckily coming just in time is Adam to bring the Transcendence, and with only a couple members remaining, you see Stelios and Pure Iris trying to make some kind of magic happen, but the damage, the momentum is too much for Smelvin, who's going to take us to map 3.
We've been waiting for a map 3 in this tournament. Here it is on stream for you. Both teams playing incredibly well. I mean, Namaste, that's a good first point hold. In any other situation, that first point hold is all that you can ask for. Getting them under a minute is absolutely huge. But when you're playing against a team that full held your defense, there's just nothing you can do there. Amazing job by Smelvin in your area and Namaste as well on that map. But at the end of the day, it is going to be Smelvin sending us to a map 3. That is our first one of the day. We've been waiting to see where this one goes. This is a little bit more spicy than we've seen before.
Yeah, because, like, I mean, we saw the scenario last time with Namaste where their first round ended up being pretty close. It came down to the 99 versus 99 in their last matchup, and we ended up seeing Namaste come through on the second map and borderline dominated that map away. Let's be real. Like, they pushed super hard on first and second. It was wonderful, but now, is there maybe just a small sense of overconfidence going back on the attack once again because it doesn't pay off for them? And unfortunately, depending on how our potential last map goes, because 2CP, it could tie, but it's a mistake that they might not get the chance to learn from, unfortunately, because if they lose this map, that's it. You're donezo. Yeah,
it is do or die here for both of these teams at that point. And we do know the map. It is Anubis coming back to you. And if you're an Overwatch 2 player, never played Overwatch 1, Anubis gets special. Anubis is known for taking 30 minutes of your life and handing you a draw at the end of the day. That second point especially. First point isn't too terribly bad. Usually it goes by in about a minute or two, honestly. But second point, fully capping it, solidifying that point, taking it, is brutal. It can take you 6 minutes sometimes. 3 minutes of that after you've won the fight, just dealing with the stall. I mean, it truly does get insane on that second point. And so there is a very, very real possibility that we end this game with a draw.
It's literally possible. I haven't seen it quite yet, but I've seen it come close. So I'm very excited to see if it is possible. And Namaste, this time around, are going to be on the attack, which, again, not the choice this time around. So I think Smelvin kind of realized that Namaste didn't have a really good attack initially. They want to try to force them to do it again because the beginning of this is basically like hybrid. You have to capture the initial point to get things going here. So it's going to play a very similar way, and Namaste has to try some way to break through, but they do have different rotations. They could try, but they're likely just going to start on that left side rotation, more than likely.
Yeah, I mean, that's the default play here, and on Goat especially, I don't know why you would mess with that on the very first thing. Sure enough, we do see them going there. It's got that mega that you can really, really rely on for these. Oh!
It's a big boom in Namaste. Now this is the Namaste that we saw within the previous round. In a literal instant have taken over the first point. No need to hit them any further with the stagger. That's the Namaste we know and love, and they're gonna instantly capture this first point. Gonna have nearly 6 minutes in the time bank, a ton to work with going into the second point.
Namaste first point is supposed to be blink and you'll miss it. There we have it. You know, the whole point of first point is taking out as much time as you can. That time, Smelvin in your area barely takes enough time as it takes to capture and walk to the point. Great play there by Namaste to set us up on the second point here.
Yep, and Dino already 80% to their shatter. Really gonna have it in a moment, but unfortunately gets a slightly too greedy. You lose the Ryan, it's gonna be pretty much impossible to come back from that one. Everyone else just gonna have to try to get out, especially Pure Irish, who does not want to get staggered right now, but it's looking like they're gonna get out safe and sound.
Yeah, I mean, second point's always brutal here. First fight, and you know, with no ults in neutral, you don't really expect to find much. The brutal thing is, though, is how quickly Namaste dies there without getting the chance to charge up a little bit more of their ults, make a little bit more progress to the big ult fight where you need to capture point B. And so they might have to take this one as a little bit of a down fight, getting ready for the next one.
Yeah, because there is a lot that you can force out, but Namaste's actually going to go in on the aggression, using the bomb, using the Transcendence. Cammy is going to somehow take themselves out. The Shatter goes directly onto just about nobody. Pure Irish does end up getting hit, but it's not going to pay off, and the Transcendence comes to the line for Adam. Just not going to be enough. Ryans are going to trade out. It's just so much damage being thought through, and that's such a weird position for the bomb as it goes through, almost catches Stelios, and now we see what that spawn advantage does for a team. That fight was very back and forth, but with Smelvin having such a big spawn advantage, Namaste just has no ability to take control of it.
That whole time I was looking at it, I was thinking like, these kills aren't fast enough, kills aren't fast enough. Sure enough, kills aren't fast enough. It doesn't matter if you're getting kills on this point B. Something I used to tell my players back in Overwatch 1 is every attacker life is worth 2 defender lives. If you're not trading out 2 for 1, you're done. It doesn't matter because that spawn advantage is just so powerful. You have to be economical with your own lives and your own resources here to an insane degree.
Yeah, 100% agree. Both teams really going to go into this with one ult apiece right now. We see that grab ready for Pure Irish. We see Kemi ready with that grab on the other side. Gonna send it in, trying to find Dono, taking a lot of damage, but has not gone down. So that grab gonna result in nothing. And as a matter of fact, Arda gonna get taken out of mech and taken down. As Stelios is coming up to their own grab. Dino coming up to the shadow. They're taking the sweet time, but they're making sure they have everything ready to go. Gonna send it in. Cammy again gonna get taken down in their own right. Gonna go for that counter pin. Not gonna take Fasten down quite yet. Who is still staying alive and eventually just gonna get burnt away by all that raw damage as the bomb being sent in the back line. Not gonna find anybody. And now this is where finding the picks is important. This is where Smelvin could potentially regroup for the next fight, but there's already a tick coming through. Likely gonna have a second tick come through. The Shatter comes through. It's going to find one. It's only gonna find Cammy, but it's the one you needed to find who's super low. Gets a lot of healing for MIA before they go down. And this is just slowly going to be the bleeding away for Smelvin Industries, who are doing a great job. Honestly, staying alive, keeping things together. It's just too much of an advantage, and it's too much to inevitably come back from as the Shatter going to fight a couple, but it doesn't look like they're going to make it back to the point. Namaste caps 307 in the time bank, which is still a very good time, especially with how they started.
Yeah, that's a 5-minute second point, I believe. Pretty brutal still at the end of the day. And I think, like, again, like a minute or two of that was just staggering in on the defense. I think that was a full minute there. Great play by Smelvin to take as much time as they can. Love to see Robbie Hash bouncing around there, taking a lot of time off the clock. It looked like they could have taken a little bit more with that Shatter, but at the end of the day, getting to the point is always a little bit hard when you're playing against the amount of CC that Goats has, and Fashion not quite able to do it there. So, Smelvin in your area has a pretty big time bank they have to play against. I mean, you think... I think you get 8 full minutes on 2CP. You get an extra 4 minutes after capturing that first point. So, again, only 5 minutes is a really good time, but it's not... I don't want to say it's too terribly insane on 2CP. 2CP is either going to give you like a lot of time left in the bank or absolutely no time. I mean, going to second round, even third round, isn't unheard of on these points. And so don't be surprised if we end this round with like a 4-minute versus 3-minute, or like a 3 versus 3:30 or 3 versus 2 or something along those lines. There's gigantic time banks left in the, left in the backside, because even on second round, don't forget, you get an extra 30 seconds per capturing a point on 2CP, which is so you can just continue to build these time banks up more and more and more and more over time.
Yep, indeed, and we see that same rotation. In fact, we see some mega aggression. As a matter of fact, Namaste doesn't want to let them go through with that rotation at all. And in fact, get them the ability to even like move people around and set up for that. So for the time being, Dino going in deep, taking a ton of damage, but that's giving a lot of charge to the support line of Namaste, who's trying to keep pretty even with Smelvin and your Industries. As Fasten gonna go in deep once again, just trying to find Dino in a bad scenario, but it's Fasten who's in a bad scenario, getting super low, trying to get heals so low, but they're barely gonna be able to stay alive. Dino goes down first and foremost. Gonna use that beat just to make sure they can get in it and make it happen. And just like we saw from Namaste, they tried to get to them early, tried to make it happen, but unfortunately comes back, bites them in the butt, and Smelvin gonna have a very similar time bank as Namaste had going into the second point.
Yeah, I mean, not quite as insurmountable as, Namaste had. Oh, as I was, they only get 3 minutes.
It's pretty close.
As I was, Namaste took 4 minutes on their last one. I apologize. But, not quite as dominant, but still very, very quick, and now a really good chance here with a lot better ult bank to try and take this fight quickly.
Yeah, and I really appreciate them coming through and trying to make this fight happen, but they're ready. They're sending everything to Dino. With the Shadow, though, gonna come through! It's all 6 members of Smelvin! 2 get completed away, make it 3! And now Arda is knocked out of that mech, and now this could be a really bad scenario. But unfortunately, well, I guess more fortunately for Arda, gonna be taken out. Smelvin, same scenario. They take the aggressive fight right back to Namaste, and it does not pay off.
No, Namaste here loaded up on their end with these ultimates as well. That bomb grab, ever so devastating. Both teams have it, but losing Zarya early. I think it's going to be a reset, but Dino doesn't want to let it be a reset. We saw this punish teams before. Can it punish teams again? Dino, it's not worth. It's not worth. Good.
Yeah, I know how hard it is to turn off the Reinhardt of mainframe, but you do have to back out, and that's really good for them. That's a really good pick because you don't have to use anything. You kill 15-20 seconds off the clock just like that, which is not a whole lot of time considering how much is left, but you have to start somewhere, and for the time being, we see Namaste have that grab bomb combo ready to go once again, but Smelvin has it back ready to share. Both teams gonna have full support ultimates online that are gonna matter, so it's gonna see who ends up using them better. They're all up in the air, looking to find somebody. One bomb finding nobody. We see the bomb come out from Pure Irish, not gonna find anything either. So much invested by both these teams, but Dino's gonna go down first and foremost. Natsuki GCB going to get caught with that. The beat coming online to keep them alive just a little bit longer. Honestly, probably should have preserved it because now Namaste, it's going to be tough for them to make it back to this point properly.
Yeah, it's really, really hard to make these, contests go long without a support ult.
Oh my god.
I think that, last sound barrier needed to come out a lot sooner or a lot later. This stall is going, but at the end of the day, without a beat, not going to be going for very long. And, hey, I called it! I said we'd see, a 3 versus a 3:30 right on the clock right there. They're going to get reduced down to 2 minutes in an effort to not have us take 30 minutes on this game and see a draw. But it didn't end up working, Blizzard, and that's why we don't see Assault too much anymore. Still have super long games.
That was a really good change back then, wasn't it? Remember when it wasn't a thing and you could have like a 5 minutes versus 4 minutes on second and third rounds?
Brutal. Yeah, no. It helped. Definitely didn't fix the problem. There's a reason we have push now, which, as much as people don't like push, be glad you have push.
Yes. Oh, goodness gravy.
Overwatch 2 does not know how nice they have it sometimes.
No, but Namaste, everything credited, it is only a 37-second difference, which in reality of what GOATS is, what 2CP is, that is one fight, but that one fight could end up being the difference. So it's really down to Namaste to do what they did last time, to make a quick fight happen, to take over that first point as fast as possible, and give themselves a lot of points to take on second, because just from everything we've seen and everything we've seen just throughout this weekend, through last weekend, being able to win back-to-back fights on first and second is near impossible.
Yeah, winning on first and then immediately taking that is just brutal. I mean, a lot of the times if you've won on first, you don't have a ton of ult charge in your pocket, and so trying to convert that on the next point is just absolutely brutal. A lot of times if you've lost, you don't have as much ult charge, but you do have a really big advantage there. And this is the first time I really think we've seen a fight in this area.
Yeah, neither team really wanted to do this. Namaste originally did it. They baited it and forced a boost. Melvin, on the other hand, just took straight up, got hit with that before they could make the rotation. So for the time being, just hoping to find something in a corner as MIA, who's going to get caught for the moment. A nice shatter on the backside, but Dino gonna lose Pure Irish, so no longer gonna be able to eat away a ton of that damage. Unfortunately, Namaste gonna get hit away. Luckily for Pure Irish, though, they're not going to deal with getting staggered. The Stelios is going to have to deal with potentially being taken down, but they're actually going to survive.
Yeah, great way to get out there. At the end of the day, that boot play that we saw before, great play, amazing performance there, but you can only use it once. That is a one-use trick, and so now we're going to have to see Namaste win this point the old-fashioned way.
Yep, and here we go. Fasten has a shatter ready to go around this corner. Might just play it super aggressively, but for the time being, they want to let Namaste come in, because right now, they don't have to force to fight. Namaste is the one that has to force a fight, and it's 40 seconds of counting. You can only hold on here for so long, and here they come through. The shatter comes through. It's going to catch on the 4 people. The beat and the transcendence being used as the bomb's going to get thrown out. It's going to get blocked for that moment. No one to go down quite yet. A counter shatter going to catch 2 in its own right. Just trying to burn people away, but Natsuki's going to be the first one to go down. And it's all falling apart for Namaste. 20 seconds of counting. It's just a bomb for Pure Irish, who's going to likely get knocked out of mech here. And now it might be on Pure Irish to get this touch, because GCP is down. This is devastating for Namaste.
Yeah, they died way too slowly there. They needed to recognize fight was lost. Die quick. Not going to happen. Pure Irish. Drops bomb. Not happening. That's it. All right. Well, where are they going to see a Smelvin in your area victory here or map 4? We are in draw territory, everyone. Smelvin in your area has to cap a third of this point. It didn't take them much last time, and they looked dominant on their defensive first point this time. And so seeing what might happen this round is incredibly important. They only took them 2 fights, or like 1.5 fights realistically, on their last push, and 230, that's about 4 or 5 fights, if not more. So we really need to see Namaste lock this one down, play it slow. The worst part about this, what Dino is best at, playing aggressively, being that front line massive tank that takes all the resources in. I don't know if that's super how you want to play your Reinhardt in this situation. You probably want to minimize fights, try to play it a little bit slower, and that's not something that Dino has performed incredibly well at. Even last match, when we saw them take long fights, we saw them do it by trading space and then engaging aggressively. There's no space to trade on this point.
No space at all. The one thing we have to also discuss is the pressure that's on them now, because obviously you could get away with it before on King's Row because you knew you would have another map to play, but now it is do or die. You have to win 4 or 5 fights, just not just to win the game, but just to keep yourself alive to go on to the next map. So Namaste, they have to play this near perfectly, force Melvin to take as much time on the rotations, sitting in place as possible. That is how you burn away that time and potentially cause a draw here.
Yeah, a little bit of a bait out there might be big. Oh, they did bait him off the high ground.
That's a really bad idea, and Dino gonna get hit with that pin, gonna get stunned. GCP gonna find 1, but Dino is going to go down, and Fasten is about 2 now. It's down to the 44, and Arda is going to fight Nut, and it's really gonna come down to Stelios to be the hero one more time as the cap is starting to come through. Stelios and Pure Irish making their way over to the point. Stelios literally just getting body blocked from trying to do any damage. They know who the hero is. They're trying to make it back. Stelios, though, being surrounded at the end of the day, just sending in what little enforcements they have left. Dino gonna try to make it back to the point, but Smelvin in your area gonna knock out Namaste and secure themselves a spot in the losers semifinals.
Amazing play by them. They get to take on the winners on the other side. I believe that's going to be... Forgot the team's halfway through the sentence. We can look at the bracket actually in just a moment. But amazing play by Smelvin in your area to send that one on through and beat out Namaste there. I love that final play, that rotate to bait out the aggression from Namaste to pull them off of that high ground and off of that good area. and take them into a area where you can just honestly swing as Ryan and catch everyone, or press right click and block everyone out with no chance to really try to play on that flank or power through the Reinhardt, is absolutely massive. That is a great job by Smolvin in your area to choose the positioning of the fight over anything else.
Yeah, and I give Namaste a lot of credit. This is a team that came in hot, came in swinging. I just think there were times where they tried to be a bit too aggressive, because you should be the more aggressive team, 100%, but they tried a lot of times to catch Smolvin in the rotations, and a lot of the times it didn't pay off for them, especially we talk about that last one. That wasn't the right call, because they got baited to come down. Smolvin wanted them to come down and try to fight them in the rotation, and because of that, they ended up getting a little split up. Fasten finds 2, and that's all it takes. That is all it takes to lose in that scenario. You have to be near perfect, and unfortunately, Smolvin knew what they wanted to do. They knew how Namaste would respond, and that's exactly what went down, and it's smart. It's amazing, and I still have to give Namaste a lot of credit for doing as good as they did. 7 straight maps in a row, not losing. That is something to be very proud of, especially going down to a great team like Smolvin.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I'm trying to bounce back from that control point from Smolvin. Amazing job there. Namaste did a really good job on that control. I said it right there. This looks like this might go to 3. Sure enough, it did. Both of these teams incredibly tight throughout the entire game. I don't think we ever had a map that was ever just in no doubt. Like, oh, this is confirmed. This is going this way. We're just kind of funeral procession waiting for it to end. Never once on this entire game did we have that moment. It was always a question, even with 240 left on that point on defense, I was like, can Namaste pull this out? I truly don't know. Usually I have a pretty good guess. Not any time, though, during this game was I ever sure of anything, and I don't know if you can give a bigger, commendation to a losing team than that.
Not at all. And actually I did a quick little bit of research, because we did want to find out who was going to end up going up against this Smolvin team, and it's going to actually be MME Overwatch, who won 2-1 over Oblivion, which is really it's fun to see. I'm excited for that matchup. Of course, though, you're not going to get the chance to see it quite yet. You might have to wait till tomorrow to get some of that action, but that's it for EU here today. But of course, there's still a ton to go with the NA bracket going on today, and they're going to have their own sets of matches. I think the same amount as well. Not entirely too sure, but you might want to go get yourself a quick snack, get yourself a nice drink, because we're not very far away from that happening either, Loki. That's around the corner.
I think they are starting in 15 minutes, so we can probably get out of here, give them time to set up and get ready. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, thank you, all of you at home, for watching this. Thank you for the players for coming out. I mean, just incredible performances across the board. With that, though, that's been Hunter Train, doing the amazing job giving you play-by-play. We've had Rhino VOD doing our production. Our observations is Mara, and our other prod left, so I don't know who the other observation. Lufa was our other observation, so thank you to them, and thank you for all of us here. But don't go anywhere, because we're going to be right back with some North American GOATS action.